This irregular board meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. We are very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to the reports of the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will be part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are being recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with the recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and in just a few minutes, are we going to have an electronic roll call? You may proceed to check in. And we have established a quorum. To my immediate left is our superintendent of schools, Dr. Jeanette Ball.
Welcome, and it's exciting because we'll get to recognize so many worthy individuals, so thank you for being here.
At this time, will you please stand for the pledges and the invocation?
If everyone could please bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, once again, we come to you saying thank you for another opportunity to come together to do what's needed and right for this district. Father, today we're asking for your guidance, your wisdom, and your support as we begin this meeting, and help us engage in meaningful discussion and allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture our bonds as a community. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Tonight's colors are being presented by the Judson High School Army JROTC under the direction of Master Sergeant Robert Pope and Cadet Senior Airman Sarah Filippi. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet First Lieutenant Tisha Bailon, U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Second Lieutenant Deidre Lopez. Cadet First Lieutenant Sebastian Bernal, Texas flag. And left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Captain Nico Jenkins. Our pledge leader this evening is Sahid Omar. Sahid is in the 4th grade at Rolling Meadows Elementary. He is a member of the National Elementary Honor Society. He is the team leader for the Anchored for Life program, an honor roll student, and he also participates in the drama club. Thank you for leading our pledges this evening.
Thank you for having me now. Thank you for having me. Now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas State Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you for having me again. Go Wolves!
Thank you so much. If Sahib, would you come up and be recognized again? We have a certificate of appreciation for you, and we'd like to also thank your principal, Ms. LaRue, and your mom here is here as well. Sorry.
Congratulations, sweetheart.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're so proud of you. Come stand in the middle, and then you're going to shake everybody. You're invited again.
You may be seated. Thank you, audience.
Everybody big smiles, and 3, 2, 1.
Good job, Sahib.
And if our color guard is still here, if they would come back in for a quick photo. The color guard, okay.
Mom, they want you to be back for a photo. You and Sahib. Color guard. Oh, color, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. We do have several recognitions this evening, so I'm very excited to begin. We have our first recognition this evening is our UIL Unified Basketball Team.
Yes.
Our UIL Unified Basketball Team is composed of 6 Special Olympics athletes and 4 unified partners. The team traveled to Del Valle High School and took on the Huntsville Hornets.
Congratulations. Good to see you. Hello, sir. Good to see you. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, sweetheart. Hi. Hello, sir. Always great to see you.
Good job. You did a great job. Aww. Take a pic. Coach, you're just such a great coach, Mr. President. Thank you for all that you did.
This Judson ISD UIL Unified Basketball Team traveled to Del Valle High School and took on the Huntsville Hornets. The Judson ISD team played great basketball but came up short on the scoreboard. The team earned the first ever Unified UIL runner-up silver medal for our program. We would like to acknowledge these athletes. From AYP, we have Jordan Campos. From AYP, Josiah Tolliver. From AYP, Isaiah Brown. From Judson High School, Raul Garza. From Judson High School, Carlos Suarez. From Veterans Memorial High School, Sebastian Hernandez Martinez. Our unified partners, Zacchaeus Thomas from Judson High School, Isaac White from Judson High School, Jaden Roan from Judson High School, DeMarco Escobar from Judson High School. And I would also like to acknowledge the coaches for all of their hard work in leading this team and inspiring them to do all of the hard work to get them to this very, very great place and recognition. Coach Ed Waring Coach Jacques Dupree, Coach David Saldana, Coach Amy Paul. Congratulations, team.
Big smiles, everyone, right there, and 3, 2, 1. One more, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much.
I'll see y'all Saturday.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next recognition comes from 3 of our high schools. We would like to acknowledge our state qualifying wrestlers from 3 of our high schools. Come on in, wrestlers. High school wrestlers from across the state traveled to Cypress, Texas in February to participate in the UIL Wrestling State Tournament. These student athletes fought through tough competition in both the district and regional championships. The top 4 placers in the regionals qualified for the state tournament. We are so proud of these ladies and gentlemen who show us day in and day out what it means to work hard and play hard. These wrestlers surely have grit. We would like to congratulate them and their coaches. From Wagner High School, Coach Nick Hernandez, wrestler Kobe Khan, wrestler Isaac Rodriguez. From Judson High School, Coach Taylor Spivey, wrestler Samaria Barnett. From Veterans Memorial High School, Coach Emerson Allen, and we have wrestlers Mia Taylor and wrestler Xander Salcido, who could not be here today, but we would still like to recognize their accomplishments.
Big smiles, and 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations. And we would like to bring back our ROTC color guard, please. Judson High School color guard, come on in and give them a round of applause for all the great work that they do in presenting our colors. Okay, coming to join us is the Veterans Memorial Varsity Boys Basketball Team. Come on in, guys. All right, we're probably blocking the board members, but that's okay. You'll stay. We'll get it together. While you're arranging yourselves for all of the great photo ops, I just wanted to congratulate this incredible group of boys, their coaches, and their manager. In Texas high school football, there is serious competition, especially in our region. And for the first time in the 5 years of the program's existence, the Veterans Memorial High School boys basketball team made it to the Region 4 5A Championship Finals. This Patriot team worked hard, went for a 32-6 for the season, and their run ended just one game away from the state tournament in their very first postseason appearance. But that is okay, because Patriots earn everything every day. So there is no doubt that they are going to continue their work every day, and we are so excited to see what the future brings for this team and for this program. I would like to introduce the players, if they could just wave. Cavancio Mendoza, Zach Rigg, Tay Brinson, T.A. Clay, J.J. Thompson, Tyler Eguia, Devon Speed Edge, Jordan Bird, Tyler Cook, William Navarro, Ian Cox, Darren Ford, Devin McLeod, Zach Andrade, Gervais Mayweathers, Giante Jones, and manager Jada Jones. And of course, we would like to recognize head coach Perez, Coach Thomas, Coach Green, Coach Miller, and Mr. Gonzalez, the administrator who supports and sponsors this team. Congratulations, Patriots. Really great work on the season. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Congratulations. We've got just a few more. We are really excited to be able to recognize a milestone award. The Texas Association of Basketball Coaches has recently recognized Coach Christina Camacho for reaching 700 career wins. And she's probably lost in the crowd. She is probably giving hugs and high fives to the team. Congratulations, Coach Camacho. Coach Camacho has dedicated 17 years of service inspiring student athletes in our district at all 3 of our high schools. We are so grateful for her leadership and all that she contributes to our students both on and off the court. Congratulations, Coach. We are looking forward to many more wins in the future. And we have one final award for our Judson Communications Department. The Texas School Public Relations Association Annual Star Awards provide recognition for outstanding communications in education for all 20 regions and school districts in Texas. Our communications team, minus a few, we were awarded 13 state-level recognitions with two best of categories, 2 Crystal Certificates of Merit, and 1 Crystal Commendation, which is the highest honor. We are so proud of the team and the work they continue to do to tell the story of Judson ISD. Congratulations. Thank you so much. That concludes our recognitions for this evening. Okay.
The next item on our agenda is for the public comment period, and this is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. First, we have here Jenny Blossom, Scott White, I believe that's Scott White, and Jacob White, Crestview Elementary.
I want to quickly introduce, this is my son, Jacob White.
Speak into the mic, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just want to introduce, this is my son, Jacob White. The school board's over here, Jake. It's right there. Sit next to Grandma. I'm going to try to get through this the best as possibly I can. So please bear with me. It has been 2 years since I've been begging the superintendent to please meet with me and speak to me on these matters. I'm here today as a parent to plead to the school board, begging you to please listen to my concerns, as my son's life means so much. My son, Jacob White, was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in January 2020. At this time, he was a 4th grade student attending Crestview Elementary. On February 14th, 2020, Crestview's 4th grade class had a scheduled field trip to the downtown Texan Culture Museum. His blood sugar was 149 VG before leaving Crestview. While on a Judson school bus, my son was suffering from a hypoglycemia. That's low blood sugar. Crestview staff medically neglected my son's diabetic needs. He did not have his blood meter kit with him on the school bus. He did not have his emergency glucagon shot, or any form of 15 carbs to treat a low blood sugar. The principal did not make sure a newly diabetic student had his blood meter kit. His 4th grade teacher, whom was taught by the school nurse, failed to recognize a low blood sugar. She also failed to make sure he had his diabetes blood kit and supplies. And the Crestview school nurse failed to follow my son's doctor medical plan, his 504 plan, as well as Judson's school policies. Sorry, I lost myself. She failed to be present on the field trip and did not provide any staff or my son his blood meter kit and supplies. I was with the other fourth grade parents at the museum waiting for the already late bus to arrive. February 14th will now always be the day that my family became extremely close to losing my son due to Crestview's negligence. If that bus was any later than it already was, it has been 2 years, and my family still has no answer on why this happened, especially with a school that claims to go above and beyond for the students' well-being. 2 years and no investigation has been done into my claims, and all of our attempts at filing a Judson police report has been denied. Two years, and the superintendent has not ever met with us over our concerns. 2 years with no resolution, and trust me, we have merit. We are asking Judson ISD to please acknowledge what happened, to please accept my attempts at mediation, as we would love to get closure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lydia Penvini. Did I say it right this year? Class size waiver.
Good evening. Thank you for seeing me. I'm actually here to beg, quite frankly. So I feel as if, actually, it's really pertinent that I should go after her, because our students require a lot of attention. And I currently have 23 kindergartners in my class. And I don't know if you've ever been around 23, 5, and 6-year-olds, but they have a lot of needs. I love them. And I look at them and I cannot give each of them what I should. And yearly, our district has applied and received a waiver to go above our 22 as recommended from TEA. And I understand that comes from the Office of the Superintendent and not necessarily the board, but I do think this is a community issue. I've heard when the bond was being proposed, that if we wanted smaller class sizes, the bond would have to pass to have another elementary school. I understand that. But I've also heard that we are a shrinking district, losing students to charter schools and private schools. And yet, there's 23 kids in my class, and 6 of them are not in my attendance zone. So I'm afraid that I'm getting a couple mixed messages. One, that we're a shrinking district and that we need to take any kids that'll come. And the other, that we are so packed that we need to apply for a waiver, and we need to just keep taking bodies. Now, I watched the last board meeting, and I believe it was the last one, there might have been one before that, and there was a question about retaining teachers. And I will tell you why teachers are leaving. It is not a mystery. We are exhausted. We are absolutely exhausted. And I see them dropping. And for a teacher to leave is not done lightly. Most of us dreamed of becoming educators from the time we were children. And here we are, we have these people who they are literally abandoning their dreams because they can't take any more. And I understand there's so many factors in place. And this is such a complex nationwide issue. But I think one thing we can do is cap a class. Because I'll tell you, when you see the difference between the number 18, which would be how many I would have in my attendance zone, and the number 23, 18 and 23 seem like numbers that are very near each other. But 6 children, 6 living, breathing children with 6 sets of parents, 6 sets of assessments, 6 different sets of needs, that's 12 shoes to tie. It's a lot. So I just ask that you do not reapply for the waiver for next school year.
Thank you, Ms.
you.
Panvini. That concludes all of our public comments. We will move on now to item 4, consideration of consent items. 4A, consider and take action regarding approving the minutes from the regular board meeting held January 24th, February 17th, and the special meeting held on February 17th and March the 1st, 2022. B, consider and take action regarding approving the monthly financial information as of January 31st, 2022. C, consider and take action regarding approving amendment to the budget for the 2022 fiscal year. D, consider and take action regarding approving a proclamation declaring April the 4th through the 8th, 2022 as JISD Assistant Principals Week. E, consider and take action approving a proclamation to declare April 2022 as National Library Month. F, consider and take action regarding approving a proclamation, Month of the Military Child, for April 2022. Is there a motion for the consent items? Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. And let me clear the board here so that you all can vote. Okay. And the motion passes unanimously for consent items. Item 5, discussion, consideration of action items. 5A, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of an interlocal agreement with TASB for risk management fund participation. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. This is a document that we get from TASB, and what it does, it provides us the agreement with our unemployment compensation services. The district's contribution to the fund for 2021-22 will be approximately $201,270. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
If there are no questions, is there a motion for item 5?
A.
5A.
I move we approve an interlocal agreement with the Texas Association of School Boards for Risk Management Fund participation and delegate authority to the superintendent or her designee to execute any additional documents related to the agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Then at this time, you may proceed to vote. That motion passes unanimously. Item 5B, consider and take action regarding the approval of the Gaggle Safety Management Services purchased through ESC Region 20. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. Gaggle is a software that we are using to monitor student safety. Any time that a student or any employee puts in something such as suicide or other key indicators, we are monitoring that to monitor the safety of our students. This is something that's coming out of local funds, and we would also take any questions for this.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, Dr. Ball, I have
Yes, sir.
a few questions. One starts with the quote itself. The quote has a service period between March 1st, 2022 to July 31st. So what were we using prior to this?
We have been using Gaggle. This is an extension to get some additional services. We've been using Gaggle. It started a while back, even during spring break. I had shared with the board that our counselors were going to be working to monitor this during the holidays and weekends.
So when you say a while back, are you talking about this academic year or
I'm going to ask
even the year
Lacey to help
before?
me remember when we officially started.
So the July 31st date is the initial date for the original contract that we did with Region 20. It took us several months to get everything installed and ready to go and rolled out. We actually launched the program in August fully after full implementation, and we began monitoring.
August of 21, right?
I'm sorry,
August
of
of
2021, yes,
Okay.
sir, of 2021. And we have been using it since that time. This particular portion of it monitors a piece that we did not purchase originally, which the original purchase covered all of our Google applications. This portion will actually cover all of the Microsoft 365 applications as well, so it gives us some additional coverage for students. The shortened time frame that you see on there is so that the renewal for this will coincide with the renewal of the full package, so that we don't have differing renewal dates for the entire package. So this is a shortened time
So
frame.
this is essentially added, the scope is changed?
The scope has changed. We wanted to extend the scope. What we discovered is that at the time, they didn't have the capability that when we put it in, they have added these pieces for the Microsoft piece over time. And with some recent incidents that we've had, we were looking and we discovered, hey, we're not able to see that. And we started talking with them again, and they were like, yes, we have the capability of doing that. And so this is to bridge the gap there for us.
The question, I don't know if you have any feedback, but I'll tell you what I'm thinking. We approved this service back in August, I suspect, of 2021. I'm certain that through the procurement process, there were 3 bids that came through to, was there? I guess I should ask a question.
Since it's a service through Region 20, they're part of our co-op.
Okay.
So we actually purchase it through Region 20.
And is it always assured that we have the best price when we do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've got-
That's one of the things that the co-op with Region 20 that's one of the assurances that they are to provide to us, that it is the best price that we can get from them.
Okay, I'll have to take that in and just kind of see if that's something that is true. But the other part of that is that as a practice, whenever we do have an extension of scope or we change the parameters, let's just hope the $28,000 that they're billing us is still lower than if we had put this back out or looked at another vendor per se to do the work. In this instance, it looks like Region 20 has kept us somewhat within the same parameters, but there'll be some of the other agenda items that I need to clarify that have us extending scope, kind of bypassing the bidding process, at least in my estimation, and we'll get to those items and confirm that if that's true or not. But that practice, I think, has some weaknesses of adding to vendors' services without actually competing to see if we can get the job done for a lower cost with someone else. So now that you say this is Region 20, I'll do my homework and figure out how that works. I'll probably visit Region 20 just to understand that. But I just want to make sure that we as a district are not paying more and that we are getting competitive price points, even if we do expand scope. So that's my thought. Again, I don't know if there's an answer or reply, but that's what I'm thinking right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Canoyer has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ball, going through the group at Region 20 is similar to what we do when we go through buy board, is it not?
Correct.
So they've already negotiated good prices on things?
Correct.
Are there very many other companies that are offering something like this that would integrate with the package that we already have? That would.
This is part of Gaggle, so I'm sure Lacey could speak more about this.
This is part of the Gaggle product, which provides the monitoring for us and the immediate alerts. So the way the product works is they monitor the whole system. Prior to this, we were actually trying to do it ourselves with one individual combing through everything. This is one of the few proprietary products that is on the market that actually does this. There are some others. An example might be Bark would be another company that does something similar to this. It's a product that was looked at, and this was the one that was selected by the committee to help monitor. So it was a district committee decision in terms of which product we would go with. And then once we went with the product, being that we are part of the Region 20 co-op, we were told we could not go through. So Gaggle actually came back to us with pricing, and then when we went to negotiate in terms of pricing for that, because we are part of the co-op, we would have to, in order to purchase Gaggle, we would have to purchase Gaggle through the co-op because we are members of the Region 20 co-op. We wouldn't have the opportunity to purchase it from anyone else because we are part of the Region 20 co-op through Gaggle. And Gaggle has made that agreement with Region 20.
It sounds great, but obviously I want to make sure that we're not just being compliant or complacent and saying, okay, Region 20, we trust you. I mean, these are real dollars. I just want to make sure that we are doing our best effort to bring the best product and cost to the district. And again, on a side note, I'll go talk to Region 20 just so I understand it better as a board member to understand what that means, because certainly just because someone tells me this is the best price you get, I mean it's not our job to say, okay, we believe you. We have to look into that, and that's all I'm saying. At this point, let's just move forward on it, and I appreciate your response to that.
Welcome, thank you.
I think there was another question, but did I miss that?
Oh, actually, she inadvertently answered my question.
Oh, okay,
by
Ms. Eaton.
answering
Okay,
Mr.
just want
Martinez.
to make sure I didn't miss anything.
All right, we're good.
Okay, great, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Well, then at this time, is there a motion?
I move we approve the purchase of Gaggle Safety Management Services in the amount of $28,750.
And a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. I can't move on. Okay. That motion passes unanimously. 5C, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the purchase of 2 mowers to be used by the Maintenance Department. Dr. Ball?
Yes, these are 2 professional lawnmowers that in order to upgrade our equipment and mow the lawn, that's what these are.
Is there any questions, comments, discussion? Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, so can we back up just a minute? And
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Eaton, would you please specify your motion? Yes. She just said motion.
Sorry about that. And my coughing is, I have allergies going on, y'all. I'm safe. I make a motion that we approve, where are we at? See, consider and take possible action regarding the purchase of 2 mowers, to be used by the Maintenance Department.
And did I hear a second from somebody? Oh, Mr. Diaz seconded, thank you. And now we can proceed. That motion passes unanimously, thank you. 5D, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the certificate of substantial completion supporting the progress of the completion of the 2016 and 2017 construction projects. Dr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. This is just to inform the board of the substantial completion of Crestview. Wanted to just bring this up and let the board know of this progress.
Thank you, ma'am. And is there anyone that has any discussion, questions, or comments?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Dr. Ball,
Yes, ma'am.
is this going to close out those projects now? And did we have any funding left over from those, either of those bonds?
Yes, ma'am, and I don't know if Helen wants to talk about it more specifically about that. It is almost complete, substantial completion, and Helen, if you'd like to give a brief report.
Yes, ma'am. So this is the fourth substantial completion. This project was done in phases. There's one more substantial completion certificate you will see, which will be number 5, which is the exterior walkthrough of the building. At that point in time, we'll do a reconciliation of all the costs, and we'll come back to the board with a final change order that reconciles any contingencies or leftover monies. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a motion for this item, please?
I
I
move-
move that we approve the certification of substantial completion supporting progress and completion of 2016 and 2017 construction projects.
And I second that. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 5E, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of a fraud and abuse hotline. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. About 2 months ago, I believe it was, I was asked to look into the fraud and abuse hotline. We have currently been using a system that you report it online. And before my arrival here, I was made aware that the board expected for there to be a 1-800 number, and this is to get the 1-800 number up and going.
Is
Mr.
there any?
Schultz?
Yes, sir.
If-
Go
if
ahead.
If I could add that since the board did approve this in 2012, the action that Dr. Ball took in corrective and putting the 800 number back on there doesn't require us to vote again on it. We can simply just treat it as a discussion item. We've been given the report, unless there's someone on the board that would like to examine it a little further. But for putting it out there, so since it was just redoing or fixing what was messed up in the previous time, there's no reason to take action.
I think we have to approve the contract
I
with the
think so
company.
too. But,
I don't think so. It's under 50,000. It falls under the superintendent's range of approval. So the board passed it in 2012. I'm just trying to save some time so that we can move to the next item, unless we have some other reasons to talk about it.
I just want to make sure, Dr. Ball, if
I
that
will-
is what we can do.
Right,
We
we
weren't
could-
here in 2012.
I'd like to go ahead and vote on it, just to make sure we cover all our bases. It won't take but just a moment.
Sure.
I move we...
Did Ms. Eaton
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought she had a question. I apologize.
But go right ahead.
Okay. What I was just trying to understand, to Mr. Macias's point, this was something that was going on already, and it just was dropped, if that makes sense, because Dr. Ball didn't even know about it when she came. So I don't understand when we voted to stop it and why, because it wasn't discussed. And this was her attempt at coming up with something it was requested by the board to come up with a means for employees to be able to make a report of some sort, totally anonymous. And that is in position right now is not totally anonymous. And I know when we discussed it, you said that they have the option of not putting their name on it and all that, but it doesn't state that anywhere on the information sheet. It doesn't state, hey, you can make this comment or submit this information, and you don't have to put your name and everything on there. So, it's kind of like with the bond, we told them it was no tax increase, but yet when they printed it, it said it at the bottom of it really clear when we knew, and we still know, it was not going to affect the taxes. But anyway, yes. So I don't understand what we did with what we had in place from 2012.
So just to address that. So before I got here, I didn't realize that was an item that was voted before the board.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I was made aware of this, about 4 months ago, give or take, I'm not sure how long, we looked for what we used to have, that this was it. But this has the capability of having a phone number to it. The other system is completely anonymous also. I tried it just myself today. Though it asks for a name, you can put nothing in there. You could put a letter X, you could put howdy doody, whatever you would
So
like.
it's a 1-800 number?
No, ma'am, that's what I was trying to say. This one is a 1-800 number. The other one is just the ability to do it online.
Okay. And then once we do that, Mr. Macias, I think when you mentioned this before, we were trying to figure out a way to comprise the information or decide what would be provided to the board so that we can get a snapshot of what's going on in the district from our staff and employees.
Right, so the Fraud and Abuse Hotline will provide me a report, and then I will be providing that report to the board.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And I'll add that in other districts, there is an internal audit function, which is a third-party function that reports to the board that actually addresses all fraud and abuse claims, because there is a little bit of sensitivity to the fact that administration will receive all of these fraud and abuse claims. So that's why, as a secondary support, the board is informed of those fraud and abuse claims so that there's some accountability if there's a report. But if we ever get to the point where we have an internal audit department, they would handle this type of issue and then just give us a summary, quarterly or whatnot, whatever the board would want. But we don't have one, so that's a hint in the budget. I might want to bring it up. But that's just, again, for now, Dr. Ball, if we could get those reports monthly or whatnot, that would be fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move that we approve the creation of a 1-800 fraud and abuse hotline.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. 5F, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the purchase of voter research services from Audience Research and Development. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. In our efforts to continue to gauge how our community is feeling, what their needs are, how they're looking at Judson, we would like to continue to engage with ARD to be able to provide us more information in regards to the needs of our district and look and see how people have voted for our bond, whether they voted or not, what they would like to approve for our bond, and to use this as a tool to be able to get more information from our community.
Any questions or comments?
Dr. Ball, is this a brand new contract?
It's a Part 2 contract. So our very first contract that we had was in regards to branding. So we started working with them a year ago in regards to branding to improve our communication and our image. So this part specifically is new.
Okay. And so their original scope of work last year was for branding.
Yes, it was not for any of this.
And how much was that contract for?
Let me see if I can look it up real quick. Hold on. Or if somebody else remembers, y'all can help me, but let me look it up. Hold on. I'm not sure if I have that information, but I'm going to look. I have some of the work that they've done, but I don't have the price, but I could definitely get that to you by tomorrow.
And then this is a different scope of work.
Yes, sir.
And is there a reason why we didn't have a competitive procurement process?
Really would be because we started to use them. We liked the work that they were doing with us, and we wanted to move in this direction as quickly as possible to get some more information.
But is that justification for a single source?
Is it justification for a single source?
Just because we like their original work, which was a different scope of work, do we just extend them a different contract without a competitive process?
No, we could have gone that route, but we really felt that this was the best interest for Judson at this time.
So we could have, but should we have?
Legally, and I'm going to ask JJ to share or Bill to share some information. I think that this could be covered under sole source. So I don't know if Bill or JJ would like to discuss some of this information.
Good evening. Sir, to answer your question, it does fit the definition of a single source. Best I can describe this would be, even as, I know we put it down there as a sole source, is somewhat of a situational sole source, because we have experience with this vendor. He's already got a lot of information gathered. He's already got a lot of data, and it's already there to work with. It's kind of like hiring somebody, and you bring them in, and it takes a while to hire people, and then you bring them in, and it takes a while to train them, get them up to speed, get them to gathering data. And if they're not doing the job, you have to get rid of them, and then you back up, say, 6-8 weeks. So to avoid that, and I know part of the situation that arises here is the time crunch. So it makes it a better value to us to maintain a relationship with this vendor and continue to move forward so that we don't have an excessive time gap in here.
So let's say we didn't have a time crunch. Would you have recommended a sole source justification for this contract?
No.
Okay. And why do we have a time crunch?
That's what I want to know.
Sure. I think the wanting to get the data, wanting to move forward with the next steps of what it is that we want to do to provide more for our district.
Okay. So had it not been for our time crunch, you wouldn't have recommended a sole source. And in my understanding, the sole source would only be applicable if a provider or a vendor has a unique service or product that can't be found anywhere else. Is that right?
I would have recommended, I mean, if we had the time available and everything, yes, I would have recommended we go out for bid. I don't know, to be honest with you, the extent of this company's qualifications. I mean, he may have an exclusive algorithm that he's using to crunch this data, but while, yes, I would have recommended we go out for bid, I would have taken a good hard look at a continuation of, and the advantages. You've got to have, like I said from the beginning, it's all situational.
Okay. So do we have any idea of their past performance and success on the service that they're providing us for $60,000?
Do I have
Does anybody
this
have?
company?
Yeah.
No, I do.
Yes, I know that they work with another large school district here in San Antonio, and they've been very pleased with their outcome.
Okay. And then the original scope of their work, what was their work product?
So some of the things that they have done for us, and I'm going to ask Nicole if she wants to come up and talk about some of the specifics, because I know that they've been working with the communications department. So Nicole, if you want to mention some of them?
Hi. So AR&D works specifically with us to provide like strategic advisory services for rebranding. And so one of the challenges that we're facing, of course, is losing our students. And so one of the main goals that they work with us on is retaining and attracting students to our district with a different mindset of marketing and PR strategies, which is something that school districts haven't had to do before, communications departments hadn't had to do before. And so we've worked a lot on trying to build an internal brand that is a foundation on what kind of content we put out through social media, through our website, through print ads, and the way that we target and message to our audience. We do have an internal brand model, and we focus our stories on high-quality teaching, a sense of family that we have here in Judson, because that's the sense that we have, and individualized opportunities for students. They provide trainings on different tips and strategies on how to post and create content for social media. So they've been able to provide some face-to-face and also virtual trainings to our storytellers that are on campuses and in departments, and so they provide that service as well. We meet with them at least twice a month to discuss strategy on different campaigns and the way that we can campaign and market those things, like registration. We're working on a pre-K campaign with them, and they advise on our products as well, so we provide them with the work that we're doing, maybe a video, maybe a spotlight, those kinds of things. So if you look at Dr. Ball's Monday message, there have been some significant changes in the way that we storytell to our staff or highlight those particular people. and schools that are strategic. So we're not just picking a particular school, it's strategic in looking at some of the data of which areas are leaving us and which areas are coming into us, like students coming in and students leaving. And so that's a little bit of the example of the work that we do with them currently.
So is it fair to say that it's purely advisory and there is no actual work product that is being developed by them?
They're not producing anything that we turn around to produce.
Okay. And is this the same company that helped on the last bond effort?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna stop for a second and let anybody else have any questions or comments.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
This was the example I was looking at when we were talking about Gaggle earlier, where we've actually increased the scope. The scope is really specific to surveying about 78,000 constituents within Judson ISD. And I just was concerned by the price. And that's what kind of sent the thought process that, to your point earlier about putting it to bid, especially at this point, because we're adding to their scope of work and we're not putting that scope of work out to see if, in a competitive bid process, if we can get the job done at a much lower cost. It's like 76.9 cents a call if you divide the math from the 60,000 to the 78,000 people they can reach out to. I would say if all they're going to do is find out, what the pulse is in the community regarding the bond, that we already know that information. And so 60,000 to do that, and we already know what the issue is, but what Nicole was mentioning about the branding and all that kind of stuff, I don't see that in the description of this $60,000 service. That looks like that's something they're doing based on what we started with them earlier. Am I correct in that assessment?
That is what we're working on currently.
Right now. So they're doing that work to ensure that we refine our message. But if you're purely looking for what the pulse is, we probably have a lot of people who have already kind of weighed in on those opinions. So if we're just simply surveying people, I would feel better knowing that we had a competitive process for this service. And if we bring someone else in to do that work, your ARD guys should be smart enough to evaluate the data that's being collected. Unless there's something more in this scope that's not being brought out that they're going to do. But if they're simply going to reach out online and by telephone to 78,000 people, I'm thinking we can get the job done at a lot less cost than 60,000. So that's where my concern is on that.
Yes, Ms. Eaton.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, but go ahead. You go first.
Okay. I agree with both of my team members. And the sessions that you're having currently with the community, where your people are coming together with you and your staff at the schools, those, from everything I've heard, are going outstanding, and the community is giving great feedback. And I am all for trying to figure out, well, I'm not going to say that. That would be a lie. There's nothing to try and figure out about what happened with the bond. It was a simple statement at the bottom of each one of those points that we wanted people to vote on. There was a miscommunication there. And I really personally don't think that calling somebody and saying, why didn't, or whatever the plan is or what would be, would help, because we already know what it is. We knew what it was the day that the bond failed. We did not communicate enough with the public to let them know, yes, this is going to be there. You're going to see it's going to say tax increase. We must put that there by law. We have no control over that, but it is not going to affect your taxes. And so we kind of damaged the trust that they had with us, because I am a voting, I vote. And it kind of threw me off, because if you remember that, well, I didn't call you that day, but when I left out of there, I called one of my fellow board members, and I was like, hey, what's up with this, And that's when it was explained to me that we had no control over that statement being put there, that's a state thing. But I think prior to us going to vote, and I don't leave this long after that, we should have really pressed to let people know, you'll see that, but it's not what's going to happen.
Right. But I think that one of the things that I've learned very clearly from the first day of, even before the first day of being hired, back when the interview, Mr. Macias has always pressed me on data. And I think that that's one of the things that I continue to hear in my head is your voice about the need for data. And I think that the specific data that this can provide us is a lot more specific than what the Listen and Learns are providing us. And I think that that's one of the key things that is so important, is to truly have that data. Though I agree with you, Ms. Eaton, our Listen and Learns have been well attended. They have been, but it is still not reaching everything. So this time, I think we have to make sure we're doing things like the Listen and Learn, but also hearing from our communities that members that are not participating in our Listen and Learn. And this would give us the data to dig even deeper into finding out what we think we know, because that's one of the things that both of you gentlemen have been saying to me recently is, do you think this or do you know it? And I think that that's one of the key things that this would help us with, that I would be able to not just say, I think it, but I know it based on such and such thing.
What is the time crunch? I've heard it 3 or 4 times. What exactly is the time crunch? Are we getting ready to do something that we don't know about?
No, ma'am. It is things like keeping up with our need. One of the other items that we have on here is needing the portables. You know, we have several campuses that are at capacity. So the time crunch of addressing those needs, being able to have more classrooms. So it's a combination of what the lady spoke of today, not only hiring the teachers, but having the classrooms to have more teachers, you know, and having the smaller class size. So my time crunch is an inner crunch of wanting to meet the needs of our teachers and our students, and to be able to provide more options at a quicker and faster rate.
What you just said, I fully understand, Dr. Ball, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I think we're talking about 2 different things.
Okay.
When it comes to this comment, the time crunch, because the survey is to try and figure out, to ask people to, you know, why did you, how did you vote on the bond, or how you felt about whatever that however that would go. The teachers and the spatial situation as far as room for the students, that's a separate issue from that for right now. So I just would be concerned about spending $60,000 to have somebody make these phone calls. I would like to see if just you know, for giggles, okay, if it's not something we need in the next couple of months, if we could at least just put it out for bid to see if we could get just that portion done.
Right, but just
$60,000.
right. But the reason I don't think it's for giggles is because in 4 months I'll be opening up another school year at a campus like Copperfield that is maxed out. So the longer I wait, it just prolongs things. The longer we wait, cost of materials, cost of building things. So I feel like I need to know right now where our community.
Why they voted no on the bond?
Right. You know, if not, then
trying to put the bond up for.
I can't say yes or no, ma'am, until I have some data, and that's what this gives me. I don't think you want what Jeanette Ball thinks. I think you want what the community wants, and I can't give you that information without a tool. So
what did we use the first time?
We didn't use a tool, ma'am. So that's why I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Okay. I'm being honest.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Mr. McQuaid?
Dr. Ball?
Like you want to say something?
Yes, sir. I wanted to add what you talked about earlier when we were talking about the item of gaggle, and it still applies to this one, this item here. Just because we go through a co-op doesn't mean that we roll over and take their pricing. I know our technology department is very good at negotiating prices down. They are, and when I get stuff from them, I call them and said, hey, have you pushed this down? Have we already? And Lacey and her group are very good at that. I do know that for this item here, that prices were negotiated down, even though we were looking at a single source, a sole source. So we don't just, we do care about the money too. We are by law obligated to be good stewards of that money. And I believe, Bill, did you discuss, you maybe had a discussion of lowering this price with this company?
I know Ms. Canoyer has been raising her hand.
I just want to say that I do have some experience working with surveys. I spent some months working in the Air Force Branch Survey Department, and creating a valid survey is not easy. Making sure that the questions that you ask are not biased and not setting out to that are predictive of an answer, that it's more of an open-ended where the person can indicate how responsive they are to that particular item. That's not easy. So we're hiring someone not only to create the survey, but to select from all areas of the community who's going to be surveyed, and then to gather that data, collate it, and make a report for us. And frankly, $60,000 is not a lot of money for that type of effort.
Well, I will add that there are some points I do agree about data. We do need to understand. And I think someone asked me the other day, you know, are you going to go out for another bond? And I said, yeah, we have to. I mean, there's at some point we need to go for another bond. But I do think that in this case, 60 is too high. I would feel comfortable with obtaining that information, but going for a competitive bid for this scope of work, and then coming back, because I think we can get it at half the price, unless Mr. Atkins is over there negotiating it down. But what I want to be careful about is just picking the vendor because they're there. And that's what it seemed like to me. ARD, they're there, let's just keep using them for expand their scope. The problem I'm having with that is when we approve them for a certain scope, and then you're adding to them, and we just have to have some safeguards. And I bless you both, if you all three of you, if you're looking to be competitive. I appreciate that. That's what we want. But in this case, with this item, we need the information. I agree with that. That is correct. I just think we can get it at a better price point. And the fact that we didn't go to a competitive bid just means we didn't do that one step that we could do. And that's where I find myself on this item. We can do that and get a lower price. I would even say half the price of that. But that's something that is still, if we're going to talk data, we'll prove that $60,000 is really a good price or not. But put that out there. And the scope is only asking for opinions. And we did a survey with teachers, Dr. Ball. TASB could probably even do it. I'm just telling you, there are other mechanisms that will give us those opinions at a much lower cost point.
TASB could, I did check with this. I checked with
What did they say?
TASB. TASB cannot do this one just like they don't do the parent one. So I did check with TASB on this. The reason I also think that they've started to work with us, they know our district, so I think that price, is going to be higher somewhere else because these individuals already know something about our district instead of starting all over.
Well, I like varying opinions. I mean, sometimes you get tunnel vision. You have an opportunity to bring other people to the party. And so if it's a community event, function, I think it merits it. So anyway, that's just my opinion. I'm one board member here, but that's what I'm sensing on this.
And I think that that's a good point. We're having different points of data. The community events are giving us some good information, but it's still small in perspective, and it's completely different information than this would help us get.
So I'm going to clarify my position, just to make sure that we're crystal clear. So I agree that we need information because it needs to be a data-driven approach, and we lacked it last time.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a problem we're not trying to cure it. What I don't want to have next year is then go back and say, well, great, we got the data, but we may have gotten it from the wrong source. Not having this be out in a competitive structure doesn't allow me to be comfortable in spending. I'll gladly spend $60,000 if the procurement process and the matrix comes back and says that is a competitive bid, and then whenever we research past performance, existing knowledge, success rates, all of the different metrics that we should have to identify the validity of a price, but more importantly, the metrics of success that they've had in the past are in place. Expansion of a scope, I'm not comfortable with Sole source based on a time crunch, I'm not comfortable with because that is a self-inflicted wound that we should not have been in this position to now justify this action. So while I will support this item to come back, I'm not going to be supportive of selecting this vendor based on the situation we place ourselves in. So, if they've done fine work, fantastic. If they're a PR company, my first concern would be that their Twitter has 31 followers. So, if we're going to be selecting somebody who's going to be our advocate, a sounding board that we build our infrastructure off of, I expect a little more whenever I look at their own social media and strategies. So for that reason, I'm going to be motioning to deny this item and then asking that staff go ahead and push forward for a proper procurement process.
Mr. Atkins, did you want to say something, sir?
Yes, ma'am. One of the things we took into consideration when we picked this company was that this data will enhance the work they're already doing for our branding, because this is information directly on voters, not community, not parents. So that was a thing that we took into consideration.
Absolutely, but we didn't select this vendor. The vendor was already selected prior to this scope. So while I agree that it adds to the existing work that they're doing, we didn't vet them out. So I'm not comfortable moving forward just because it is easier for us and it is expedient. So I do have a motion on the floor, a motion to deny this item and then have staff go out for a proper procurement process.
I have a question. How long would it take to do a competitive bid? Could that be to us by the next board meeting?
Most likely not, because it would be, we have to put it out there for a certain amount of days, then we have to, vet those, so it probably not by April.
By May?
I don't want to say yes or no. I don't know.
We have the scope. My other thing, just to add that I didn't include in this conversation, is the ability to bring in local perspective, people that would probably understand our culture, our district. I believe this company is based out of Dallas, if I'm correct. And so just that consideration. They may be the best, but I'm just saying that's another thought process of if we're going to spend tax dollars, let's keep it within Bexar County at least. So anyway,
I know that they do have an office here locally. They might have a branch in Dallas or somewhere else, but I do know that they're here.
Well, there is not a motion on the floor yet. Oh, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Diaz, your motion, would you repeat that, please, sir, for the record?
My motion is to deny the selection of this vendor under 5F and then ask staff to go out for a proper procurement process.
And is there a second to that motion?
Second.
So that motion has been made and seconded. And you may proceed to vote on that motion. So that motion passes 5-2. And for clarification on that particular item, Dr. Ball, the request is going to be now to go out for a bid for the research services, the voter research services.
Yeah.
That is my understanding, that now we're going back. We're keeping them for the branding. We've used them for the branding.
Right.
So,
I'll have to find a fairer way to do this, because anybody that looks up our records now knows exactly what this company bid. So of course they're going to all come under. So I don't know a fair way, so I'll have to think of one, because they all. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll have to see. Mm-hmm.
and we'll hear from you to let us know how this is going to transpire. Correct? Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am.
5G, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the district time clock replacement. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. Since we are moving to Skyward, it was something that was approved for the by the board. In order to be able to do that, the clocks that we normally use do not coincide with Skyward. So this is to the clocks that we use to replace those clocks.
Any questions or discussions on this?
Yes.
Go right ahead, sir.
Forgive me, Dr. Ball. I did request some information, and you were really kind to send it. And as I'm trying to fumble between my board agenda and the email, I don't have the email in front of me. So my apologies if these questions have been answered in the email. But I did ask what the funding source was for this. Was it bond?
Local, if I remember correctly.
So
Yes.
local, so $230,773.70 local funds. So is it a budgeted item, or are we pulling for fund balance on this?
I think it was in our budget, in technology's budget.
A budget amendment? And when did we pass the budget amendment? Was it last
Last
month? Or?
Last month.
Okay, for 230,000. And I asked, and I'm not looking at my notes, did we just seek a quote again, or did we go through a procurement process to bid on this one?
Lacey will come up and ask and
Thank
answer.
you.
So this is a time clock it's the only time clock that Skyward uses with their system. This is a company that works directly the quote is directly from the company. They work solely with Skyward, and they're the developers of the clock, and they are the sole users with the Skyward system. So it's not a time clock that you just find, anywhere. It's a specific type, and it's the only one that Skyward will work with. So it comes directly from the company as a sole source type product.
And I would see that as a true sole source. They're the only ones that can do it. It's their product, and so that makes sense to me. But again, it puts us in a predicament too. I haven't asked a lot about these time clocks, but I mean, obviously, is the implementation going okay, or we're adding this element to it? So I'm wondering if what happens and
Yes, sir.
why we have to have an amendment and all this stuff.
Well, what it is, we are implementing the Skyward program for the enterprise system, which is the business side of the system, and our student system. So we're in the process of moving data. We're in the process of building all of those structures, providing training to our staff through those processes. Part of that process is also having a way to manage our employees' time. And you will see there are other components to this that don't necessarily come before you, being that they are under that $50,000 mark. But there are components such as this time clock piece that have to work with your business system for payroll purposes and time tracking purposes. So this is just one of the components that goes into when you replace your ERP and your SIS programs within a district. It's just one of the pieces that we have to bring to you in order to make sure that all of the components and parts work together. With previous systems that we've had to purchase the time clocks at the time. So most of the time when you move these items, when you move to a different program for these systems, you also move your time clocks, you move your absence management systems, you move your recruiting and your hiring systems, as well as your finance and payroll and so on. So this is just one of the components that plays into our finance and our business side for our employees.
What were we using before?
Frontline.
Frontline. See, I'll be brief about this, but my biggest issue with each administration that comes in, from Mackey to Montoya to Dr. Ball, is that we change structure, we change systems, we pay more money, and I'm hoping this is a good one that we can stay with for a while, because we're making serious investments in this. We said Frontline, right, before? So now we're going with this one. I don't expect a response. I'm just telling you what my thoughts are. But bottom line is, I'm nervous. I want to make sure that this works, because, I mean, that's $230,000 we're not going to get back. And so certainly my hope is that it gets, the training is out there for our employees to use it, that we have a sound manner in which to get our employees up to speed on it, Dr. Ball. Other than that, there's nothing more to say. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I have
Oh,
a
excuse me.
question. I'm sorry. Were we not aware that the system wasn't compatible with the other parts of our system when we purchased it?
We
When
knew
made the changeover?
we knew that there was going to be lots of things that we had to change
So
with it.
when it first came to the board, was it not possible to bring all of it at once so that we could, see what the impact in totality was going to be?
Sure, we will.
No, I'm just asking, ma'am.
Sure, we could have.
So we just going to keep adding to it?
No, ma'am, we won't do that anymore.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I have an understanding that Skyward is like the state of Texas TEA has said this is the preferred vendor for student data systems and things like that. Is that correct?
It's one of several that
Okay.
the TA is not making us use it
Got
or
it.
anything, but they like it.
Okay. I know of at least 3 local districts that are also using it.
Yes.
So, okay.
I can say thus far, the company has been above and beyond exceptional in terms of being responsive, trying to meet our needs, and we are doing the implementation in a much faster pace so that we can reduce the overall cost as we move into the next school year. And they have been phenomenal in terms of working with us and working with our needs. So when we ask for something, they are bending over backwards basically to either find us a solution or find a way to make sure that our components work with their system. And so the items that we are replacing are based on the general and unavailable possibility of working with another piece.
Is there a motion for this?
I move we approve the purchase of district time clocks from School Technology Associates.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. You may proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5H, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of compatible adapters and display docking stations. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. This is a piece for our teachers to have the docking stations and adapters for their laptops. I certainly will take any questions, but that's what this is for.
And I believe that was bond, 2016 bond dollars,
No, it's local.
local. I saw a lot of bond on that email. Again, I haven't got
Yeah,
back to
we're,
it, but,
we're getting to it, sir. It was
yeah,
we'll
okay,
get-
okay. I just know there were like 4 in a row, and
Yeah.
again, bless you for sending,
IJK.
again, thank you, Dr. Ball.
Not a
So,
problem.
so this one is, again, local, for the stadium, for the scoreboard.
Oh, no, sir.
No,
Where
sir.
am I
This
at?
is item 5H.
Capital Electric Division, H. Tell you, when you jump from page to page, man, you get lost. So what page number is it?
Oh, I have it on page, give me 1 second. Oh, gosh, my page number is, it's not on here.
It's item 5H.
I don't see the page number on mine.
What are you looking at, sir?
Do you have the page?
The docking stations, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so it's page 102.
Yeah, it doesn't say page number on mine, it just says 1 of 2 also.
On my iPad, the PDF has page number 102, so that's
Okay.
what I'm looking through. Okay, so this one is the compatible adapters docking station.
Yes,
This is the one where we ended up having a quote from Bloom, is that right? Buy-board, but, and we talked earlier about buy-board, but local funds, $58,800. I'm going to really have to visit this buy-board. I just want to make sure, again, thank you guys for assuring that you do fight for lower dollars, but I always get a little nervous when it's really just one source. But, okay, I'm done, thank you.
I move we approve the buy board purchase of compatible adapters and display docking stations.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. And that passes unanimously. 5I. This one is yours, Mr. Macias. Consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the purchase of an electrical upgrade to the transformer of the Rutledge Stadium scoreboard. This is an additional cost to the amount previously approved by the board for the purchase of the scoreboard. Dr. Ball?
Yes, this is exactly what Mr. Macias said. This is with 2016 bond money. So this is that one. This one also does come from Buy Board. So as many of you know, our scoreboard was old. It is old. So in order to do the upgrade for the electrical transformer that is needed for the new scoreboard, that was approved back, I think, maybe even since August, this is what is needed for that.
Okay. And I did notice in the documentation provided by Mr. McQuaid that it does say competitive quotes. So bond projects can still have a competitive process then?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so there was a competitive process here?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if that's what I think when I called Betty Holmes to ask for the backup, to get that backup on the agenda so that we know what it looked like.
Right. I did not get that message, so I apologize. I just got the message that you wanted to know the funding source.
Again, it's not a problem, and it just so happens that we have so many of these procurement issues on this agenda that this topic keeps coming up in my mind.
Sir, it's because I decided to list them all individually, so that's why it's listed like this. So this is the first time that I listed them all individually.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. It just obviously, just to me, it just screams, hey, what is the typical protocol? And I've always had personally an interest in eventually looking at our procurement process to ensure it's truly equitable. And I think it's strong, but I think there's opportunity to make it stronger. But
yes, sir.
Obviously, when it comes to student achievement, that's not top of the list. I mean, we want student success, but how dollars are spent and how we assure that we're getting the best quality vendor is always going to be paramount, too, for us to save money.
Yes.
But so there was a competitive process. Just for my sake, if you could provide that, just so I can see what that looks like. Don't need it today or tomorrow, but I just, for the companies that bid on this as well, it's not. It's only just the competitive one source, Capital Electric. I don't see any information other than that.
So we're using Buy Board to get this information.
Okay, so that's a whole different discussion apparently. Buy Board is you just go to Buy Board and say we want.
Helen, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I apologize. We did get 3 proposals for the upgrade to the electrical transformer and the wiring that comes over. And so the selection was made from the 3 proposals.
Okay.
And so we got 3 proposals. We review it, best value for the district. We select one, and that's what we submit to the board.
And in our board books, we are typically given that information, the how it was rated and all that kind of stuff. And there have been some instances where I've kind of just been, just look. So I like to just know what that is. Again, to know that we did the process fairly, that we looked at it in the best way possible, and I don't see that.
To clarify, you're asking for the scoring rubric
just
associated with every procurement.
again, to know that there is actually a process.
That we're looking at these.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so it says competitive quotes. I was pleased with that, but I don't know what they are, and it's not here.
Right.
So, and if decision to go with this one was $20,000 higher than the second one, I mean, I just want to know, again, in the sake of watching tax dollars, why that difference was there. And I think last month we pulled an item, I pulled an item to discuss regarding services that showed that they bid under and realized that they under. So that was good to know, because anyone looking at it is going to say they went with a higher company. So just for my own sanity, if it's included, it'll be better to understand.
No, we understand. We'll get that for you.
Can I also add, Dr. Ball, this happened before your time, but we had an issue with scoreboard. I think it was, I don't want to say the wrong year. I know I had just retired from the military in 2005. I mean, it was so severe, it made the news. It was all across the newspaper, Judson's scoreboard at the stadium. And then we had another time when the scoreboard disappeared, doing renovations and stuff. So, it's just, we're just trying to keep transparency there
Sure.
so that people can see, what we're doing and understand.
No, ma'am, I truly understand. I'm accountable to the board and to the community, so I don't mind the questions.
Yes,
I appreciate that. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to make you aware that there was an issue on more than one occasion concerning that scoreboard, so.
Okay.
But is this gonna be the final price, though? I mean, do you happen to know that? anyone?
I would hope so, ma'am.
This is gonna be it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a motion for item 5I?
I move we approve the purchase of an electrical upgrade to the transformer for the Rutledge Stadium scoreboard.
I second that. Motion has been made and seconded. It passes unanimously. Item 5J, I believe this was also another one of Mr. Macias's. Consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the fees associated with the performance of a third-party facility needs assessment for all elementary, middle, and high schools and auxiliary buildings across the district. Dr. Ball?
Yes. So previously, the board approved a vendor list of firms that we could use. So we would be using those same firms that were approved by the board to look at each one of our buildings and to do a very intensive look and see what are truly our buildings' needs, what it is that needs to be replaced, what needs to be expanded, what it is that needs to be remodeled, and do a very comprehensive look at each one of our buildings. So that's what this facilities needs assessment is, and this would be coming from 2016 bonds.
Is this not something that we do in preparation for developing the bond anyway, is to assess each of our schools to determine what we need so that we'll know how to come up with a price?
A lot of times this is done, but this is a more comprehensive to be able to look at each one of our buildings. We know, for example, that we need such things as air conditioning in our gyms,
Right.
but we want to make sure that nothing else is needed. And then also because we have had some issues with our buildings, we want something more comprehensive done with each one of our buildings to see if there's something. We're not architects, we're not experts, so we want to make sure that we're doing a very thorough look at our buildings.
Okay. I just remember we had one on staff, though. Wasn't he an architect?
We had one person on staff which... Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you. I'm very happy to see this on the agenda. I think this is going to give us a lot of information moving forward as to the life and longevity of some of our buildings, which are, some of them are really old. And are we using the buildings in the best possible way? I think we're going to get some really great information. So thank you for bringing this.
And I, too, think this is going to be a great asset to us because we don't know, this board doesn't know about architecture and roofing and structural damage. And so, all of those things is what's going to be looked at in this facilities assessment. I'm really glad that we're going to have a third party to let us know what we need to repair and replace.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a motion for this item, please?
I move we approve the fees associated with the performance of third-party facility needs assessment for all elementary, middle, high schools, and auxiliary buildings across the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed. That item passes unanimously, thank you. Item 5K, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the purchase of services to relocate 2 portable buildings from Purcell to Hartman. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. The 2000 bond funds would be used to do this. The reason for that is the growth at Hartman. So we would be moving two portable buildings there. This includes the permits, the fees, the installation of the aluminum deck, the ramps, the rails, the infrastructure needed for this, which would include everything such as fire alarm, the public announcement, asbestos survey, to be able to relocate these portables. And I know Mr. Macias had some questions, but I did send him the information, so maybe that's why I don't think, maybe
Okay.
no more questions.
Not from him, but anybody else? He comes,
Move to approve the purchase of services to relocate two portable buildings from Pichelle to Hartman Elementary.
Second.
all right, it's been made and seconded, that's fine. Okay, that one passes unanimously. 5L, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the purchase of services for the installation of a 4-classroom modular building at Wortham Oaks Elementary School. Dr. Paul?
Yes, ma'am. If anybody's seen the growth out in that area,
yes.
there's a lot of growth in that area. So this would allow us to use 2016 bond funds to be able to have portables out there. This does include everything such as the sewer, the water, the electrical, the fire alarm, the public address, trying to be as comprehensive as possible. So this would be the purchasing of 4 modular buildings to provide for the increased classroom numbers that we're having there. This would be for approximately 100 more students.
I don't necessarily have a question because I think you answered it in the information you sent and then what you just said, but I think a comment that I was thinking to myself is like, wow, the 2 buildings relocation is almost as much as just buying new ones. It's not quite, it is a savings, but I was astounded at how expensive it was to move it, and I understand that it's the installation, so my question was going to be, does this price include the installation, or is that?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So at some point, we're going to have to talk about, I guess, realignment or redistricting or whatever we would call it to start equalizing student populations. Portables are needed, obviously, because we have classrooms, we have students, we have needs. But just without going too far into it, are we looking at doing any of that in the very near future?
We're looking at various things, and that area, we would have to be busing the students quite a bit, which we know that parents don't like to have their students bused because Rolling Meadows is also at capacity. And they also do have portables.
Of course, of course. Well, obviously, looking at the map and seeing if it makes any sense, because obviously, what's next to Rolling Meadows? What's the closest school? Crestview?
Crestview or Olympia.
Olympia. I mean, what do those that's what I'm talking about, realignment. And no one likes it. It's not, I mean, it would be nice to be all here, but if we're having student-teacher ratio issues at some of these campuses, I think it's going to be incumbent on us to take a look now strategically until we have a bond that might alleviate some of these classroom sizes. But I just don't hear much about when we're going to discuss this strategy. And so we have to do that at some point, I believe.
Yes.
But
That was going to happen if the bond passed, correct?
Correct.
And so if there is the opportunity down the road to go out for another bond based on the information we get from the community, then we would undertake this at the same time that we're building the schools and looking at that then.
Correct.
And you have also worked at capping some grades in some schools
Oh, absolutely.
so that some students are attending other schools trying to keep the numbers down. I know
Yes,
that that's happening.
Every year we have capped.
So
schools and classrooms.
until we do a full district realignment that way, then I think we got to go with the portables.
Right.
And because this is not an agenda item about redistricting or realignment, I'll keep my comments brief. But, I mean, there are other strategies. We could even agree as a board to allocate, money and recoup it once we pass a bond, just so that we get the ball rolling if the need is that serious. So there are a lot of different potential strategies that I think we could utilize. But
Like you said, this isn't, but could you retell me what you mean by the recouping?
in the past, we've actually acquired land for
Oh,
future
purchasing.
develop- Yeah.
Oh,
but-
yes,
but we could-
absolutely.
I think we probably could even do facility planning based on making an investment and recuperating that money in future bonds, just so that we're meeting the need. And so I'm not saying that's the best idea in the world, but it is certainly one that we should look at black and white and say, is it going to meet the needs?
Right.
And so that's where still, we can't just wait till we pass a bond. We have problems now.
Yes, we do.
So we need to address them, and that's why I asked, are we starting to consider
Yes.
that type of an in-depth discussion?
In-house, we do also plan strategically. We know that Copperfield is one of the campuses that is
Yeah,
experiencing
yeah.
growth. So we are continuously looking at land that could feed into that, so we would be prepared when something like that. And you could use the bond funds to pay for land right now that eventually we would be able to build an elementary campus to feed that area.
And Maranatha has been a wonderful partner for the district. I mean, there's just all kinds of options, but sincerely, just looking now, what are we going to do?
Yes, sir.
And anyway, that's all that was meant to be said.
Is there any more discussion? And is there a motion?
Excuse
for-
me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Atkins would like to make a comment.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we could definitely do a reimbursement resolution, but for hard construction cost, the limitation is 18 months prior to passing a bond. No, excuse me, that's soft cost. So you can start design 18 months before you pass a bond, and you could start construction 6 months before you pass a bond.
Thank you.
I
Go
move we
ahead.
approve the purchase of services for the installation of a four-classroom modular building at Wortham Oaks Elementary.
And I will second that. At this time, you may proceed to vote. That motion passes unanimously. Items M and N, we will be discussing both of those in closed session, am I correct, Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we will move on to item 6, discussion items and reports. 6A is the superintendent report, including social emotional learning, formative review on the district improvement plan, and the beginning of the year, middle of the year growth report. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. We have our first one that we will be discussing, which is the social emotional learning. Our executive director, Monica Garcia, will be covering this information.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Ball, staff, and community members. I'm Monica Garcia, the Executive Director of Student and Family Support Services. In the audience, I have Ms. Renee Headed, our Social Emotional Learning Coordinator this evening, too. Today, I want to share information about social and emotional learning in Judson ISD. We have a social and emotional learning action plan, and we have 2 goals that we focus on. We provide social and emotional learning, and you'll hear me refer to it as SEL, opportunities to ensure students become well-rounded in our district. Our goal, too, is we provide a safe learning environment and ensure social and emotional needs are met so our students could be academically successful. We work on increasing social intelligence, emotional quotient, and adaptability quotient. Research states that if students have a higher EQ than IQ, that they're more successful in life. But if we go back to Goal 1, we work with the curriculum department to ensure that our students in Judson have a high IQ and an EQ so they can be well-rounded. So social emotional learning is a big umbrella, and today our presentation is going to be guided to a lot of the curriculum aspects of what we do in the district with SEL. So if you see on the PowerPoint presentation, we have the CASTLE model. If you're familiar with CASTLE, we do follow their model as well that is included in our action plan. And I have a short video that I hope works that I'm going to share with you this evening that is going to be geared to the part of social emotional learning that we'll be covering this evening.
There's a lot of talk these days about SEL, social emotional learning. But what exactly is it? Social emotional learning is the process of learning social and emotional skills, and it's just as important as learning reading or math. This learning process is most effective when it begins early and continues through high school. Social emotional skills are essential for success in school, work, and life. With SEL, students learn to manage their own emotions and behaviors, have empathy and show care and concern for others, solve problems effectively, make responsible decisions, and maintain healthy relationships. Students learn to recognize what's happening inside them and to be aware of their emotions, which helps them deal with strong emotions and impulsive behaviors. It helps them stop, take a breath, and think about a situation before acting. Students learn to identify others' emotions and perspectives, which helps them empathize and show compassion, no matter who they are or what their background is. It's not difficult to imagine how this is important in the classroom and in life. Students learn to solve problems in peaceful ways and communicate assertively about what they need or want. This helps them get along with other students and get the help they need from adults. When students learn to make responsible decisions about their lives and their future, things can turn out better. Research shows social emotional learning makes a difference. Students who participate in SEL do better academically, have improved attitudes and behaviors, and act in delinquent or disruptive ways less often. In the United States, students with strong social-emotional competence are twice as likely to earn a college degree and nearly 50% more likely to graduate from high school and have a full-time job by age 25. Just as important, students who are socially and emotionally competent have more friends. This means they're more likely to feel connected to school and do well, and less likely to be left out or bullied. Simply put, by participating in social emotional learning, students learn the skills to succeed in every facet of school and the rest of their lives.
Okay. So in Judson ISD, our guidance and counselors use the Texas Model for Comprehensive Guidance School Programs. That is provided to us by the state. We have a framework that we follow that incorporates SEL into the framework. We focus on the interpersonal skills, intrapersonal skills, our SEL curriculum, our personal health and safety, post-secondary planning and readiness, family and community partnerships. We've added the family and community partnerships to our plan based on the Castle model as well too. I know the cube is a little small on the visual, and I don't know if you can see it on y'all's PowerPoint as well too. But we have student competencies that we focus on, and we have 4 components that the guidance counselors work on that you'll hear me present about a little bit later that we have data for. But we focus on social, personal, career, and educational goals. So before I share the ratios with you and our counseling staff, I do want you to keep in mind that I stated earlier that social emotional learning is a big umbrella, and under that umbrella is mental health. You know that mental health has always been in the forefront, and we have been focusing on mental health prior to the pandemic and mental health awareness in our district. But we knew that research stated that mental health was going to change in the schools and that we were going to need to have great staffing ratios because students were already becoming less social, and they were on apps and using Instagram and not Facebook. They don't use Facebook, but they use YouTube or TikTok and all of the items they use. Plus, students were using more text messaging. So if you have any teenagers at home, you know how that works. They were already decreasing those social interactions before the pandemic hit. So we fast forward to the pandemic, and we actually closed schools. Students had to stay home. We gave them one-on-one devices. We told them to use technology, and a lot of the schools weren't open, so they didn't have the social interactions that they needed. So we're experiencing the return of our students and those lack of social interactions. So the great thing that happened in Judson is that we were one step ahead of that. Our staffing ratios have been great, thanks to Dr. Ball and the board for helping us with those ratios and ensuring that we keep counselors on staff and we have at-risk counselors, social workers, and we're fully staffed to be able to help our students. So I just want, it does look a little alarming when you see our numbers and you see how high they are. The state ratio for elementary is 1 to 550. But if you see the bottom of the indicators on the charts, we have the asterisks for certain campuses that are some of our higher need campuses that have more at-risk students, where we provide social workers or at-risk counselors there as well too. Some of our other campuses that have higher numbers, such as Copperfield and Hartman, we recently just received approval this school year to implement and have new counselors that will be split. Of course, because we have difficulty hiring staff right now, we're just in that process of completing that and getting the new counselors to be able to assist at those campuses. We also have received a split position to be able to help Rolling Meadows and Where the Mokes. So our staffing rate and the other counselors, we're ensuring that we're providing services to them as well too. And I'll share the district staff that we have that have been helping at the other campuses that do not have a social worker and have higher ratios. But we check on our staff and we ensure that they can provide the services and that we're providing the best services to our students. The next staffing ratios where we're doing extremely well is at our middle schools and our high schools. You see an average ratio in the middle of it. That's not exactly how it is broken up on the campuses, but if I had to put all the information in, it would take up too much information. But I really want you to think at the high school ratio, we are, the staffing ratio for high school and secondary is 350 to 1. And we are right at 350. Some of them look a little higher. Some counselors may have a higher caseload because our lead counselors at the high school take on a lower caseload with 100 to 200 students so they can be able to provide the support to the counselors at the high school staff. At the middle school, you see that our ratios are lower, but we all know that middle school behaviors are where we need the most help. So we had reduced, usually we have a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade counselor. And about 2 years ago, we had reduced 2 of our campuses to have just 2 counselors, and we saw immediately that we needed to provide more support, so we brought back in the additional 2 counselors to have a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade counselor. Our 2 campuses with the lowest ratio are campuses that have a higher at-risk population, and we keep very busy at those campuses being able to provide support to our students. So once again, we do have great ratios in Judson, and counselors get to be true counselors and work with students all the time. The next item I want to share is our district staff. As I said earlier, we have a social emotional learning coordinator that we're excited to have. Not all districts have the opportunity to have a cell coordinator. She has done a lot of work this school year in bringing peace corners in, mindfulness rooms district-wide. She coordinates our cell services in helping with Family Service Association and early childhood and the mental health and well-being of our students. As you know, pre-K3 brings on other behaviors, so I'm glad that we had the support to be able to support the campuses with our cell coordinator. She also coordinates mental health services such as T-Chat, San Antonio Behavioral Health, Clarity Guidance in Laurel Ridge. So when we have students that need those services, she has direct communication so that we could provide the services for our students. She's in the process of helping us evaluate our new cell curriculum that I'll speak about later. And she's part of our safe and supportive team. Please keep in mind as I'm speaking about all these things, this is not an exhaustive list of what she does. These are just some of the highlights that I wanted the board to know about how we're utilizing our district staff. We also have a school-age parent program social worker and a military and family support specialist that oversees McKinney-Vento foster care, which are not directly under the guidance and counseling department, but in the student service and student and family support service department. But they also focus on SEL. Our school-age parent program social worker works with our teen parents to ensure we're providing the social emotional learning support that they need, and provides and coordinates homebound services and daycare services and transportation and Medicaid to get those social services for them. And our military and family support service coordinator or specialist works with our military connected students to provide the families and the students the services they need, such as groups as well too. One thing on the bottom of that's in blue that's very important is that our district staff that you'll hear a little bit more about on the next slide too also consists of district social workers. We've assembled a district crisis team. So unfortunately, we have crisis in our district. So, and it is something that we're prepared for. Our crisis team is ready to go out if we get that call at 7 in the morning or late at night to be able to help the campuses the next day. So we assist with the crisis. Another thing that we've added in our district, because we have a high suicide ideation and homicide ideation in our district, is a consultation team. Our district team serves as the third layer of consultation. All of our counselors and social workers, if they're dealing with a crisis or a suicide ideation, they have to consult with one other counselor or social worker. So if they have a social worker on their campus or another counselor on their campus, they can consult with somebody on their campus for the second consultation, or the first consultation, sorry. And if they don't, if it's an elementary campus that doesn't, they can call another counselor from another campus to consult. The third layer is that everyone after that has to consult with the district crisis team. This has helped us improve how we handle crisis situations, especially with suicide ideation, because the only way you improve is by having the experience and what steps need to take place and with the experience on how to handle the crisis. It also prevents our staff from just handling the situation on their own without getting the expertise of two others. And this was something that was recommended in one of our area directors meetings by one of the attorneys that would help the school districts. So we also assist with Gaggle alerts, and later on in the presentation, you'll hear a little bit more about Gaggle and our data. And I'm glad that I was here today when the item got passed and approved, and I really appreciate it because you'll get to see how we use it. So like I said, we have 2 district social workers. Unfortunately, this year we did have some turnover. So we recently just hired 1 new district social worker, and we still have an opening. So we have been short in our department, but they assist all of those campuses that are listed that do not have social workers on their campus. And we also have been using our district staff. So if a social worker's out or a counselor's out, to cover the campus. As you know, with COVID and a lot of absences, it has really helped us to have that district staff. The district social workers coordinate district-wide services such as food bank, backpack programs, Girl Scouts, Assistant Leagues of San Antonio, Elf Louise, Operation School Bell, the SHU-IN program, and social services referrals. So we have a district counselor, at-risk counselor, that we have added this year, which has been very beneficial because she helps with the college and career readiness aspect and helps with CCMR to ensure that our at-risk students are being serviced as well too. And we also had to use her to cover campuses when counselors are out. So you do see that we have communities and schools, and we're excited that we have that extra support staff. And I listed their numbers there with the enrollment count. Communities and schools can take between 85 to 100 students on their caseload. So each person at each school can have about 85 to 100 that are directly related that they should be working with. This year, Communities and Schools has also had trouble or has had a difficult time finding workers, and they've had some turnover, just as everybody else in the state has and everywhere else nationally with finding workers. So if you see some low caseloads, it's because they just recently started. So so most of our loads are the caseloads are at about 80 to 85. So a lot of them we have had some movement in there, but they are good about getting somebody on board, training them, and ensuring that we're providing the services as soon as possible. Metzger had somebody that had moved, so we had somebody that left us, and then we had to replace. Yes, and that was, I think she had, before I pulled the data, she had just been hired. So if I look, currently she probably has additional students. So our 4 components, this is what counselors work on. We have 4, so this data that I'm providing to you is from our Health Masters behavioral application. This is also unique to Judson ISD. Not all guidance and counseling departments have an application to be able to enter their information when they're visiting with students. If you look at our comprehensive model, they used to use spreadsheets. A lot of the counselors use spreadsheets, collect their data, and when I first started here, I had to compile all those reports and try to see how everybody's doing. Having a behavioral application actually allows us to get the data immediately. So it's a needs assessment too on how our campuses are doing. And the great thing with Health Masters is that we have been building histories on students. So if there's a student that moves, because we're highly mobile from one campus to another campus, we don't have to start all over. The counselor doesn't have to get to know the student. We can go into the system and see the behaviors and how we can help the students. Also, it has helped with suicide ideation and homicidal ideation as well too, and bullying, to see if a student has been coming to us repeatedly and if things are happening, if we can catch things. A lot of times you don't get to catch them just meeting with the student and writing your notes. So when we look at the history in the system, it has really helped us.
So it's a system where the counselors, every time they see the students, they're able to input in regards to the services?
Yes.
And does that work also with the reflection tool? Is that information?
Well, they get to write notes in there. But how we have the system broken up is by the 4 components. So we've listed everything that can fall into guidance, individual planning. So they have to go into the system, they log in, and they go and they check guidance and counseling, what they're working on for that day, or individual planning. So it has a whole drop-down menu, and I've created everything that is in our model that they could possibly use to produce the data that we need.
And does it also keep track of the percentage of time they spend
Yes,
on?
it
Nice.
does. Oh, yes, it does. It's everything in one-stop shop. We did have a transition. Frontline did buy them out, so it did change a little bit on us. We were able to kind of get to using the tools again. But this is our 3rd year using it, so our counselors have improved. Sometimes counselors aren't always tech savvy, so it was hard to get them to use the tool in the beginning. And everybody that works with me hears me say this over and over: when you go to the emergency room, they're still going to check you in. So even if we have an emergency, we have to check them in, because it's about keeping that data and that history for the student to be able to build a relationship with them and see the whole picture for the student. So on the left side of the 4 components, you see our state-required guidance. So counselors have guidance requirements and what they should be doing with guidance curriculum, individual planning, responsive services, and system support. So at the elementary level, you see the guidance curriculum is 35 to 45%. Individual planning is 5 to 10%. Responsive services is 30 to 40%. And system support is 10 to 15%. At the middle school level, guidance and counseling curriculum should be between 35 to 40%. Individual planning, 15 to 25%. Responsive services, 30 to 40%. And system support, 10 to 15%. At the high school, you see that there's a decrease in guidance and counseling, guidance and curriculum to 15 to 25%, and individual planning increases to 25 to 35%, and responsive services is 25 to 35%, and system support 15 to 20%. You do remember these are built off of that cube earlier, so it has the college and career component in it. So as you know, when you get to the high school, we're doing more of that planning with them and the individual planning with the students. So this model has nothing to do with how we are responding after the pandemic. But our data on the right side is our current data, and I'm excited to share that, and I guess it disappeared again. We had all our commas and things in the numbers again, but I'm excited to share that our data is reflecting the model that we wanted to reflect right now. If you see the blue area, that's our guidance and counseling. At the elementary level, we are at 92%, so we're way over the 35 to 45. At the middle school, 58%, and at the high school, 22%. The good thing about this is that coming back off from COVID and the pandemic, we have to teach the students the skills. So that means that the counselors are getting into the classroom and being proactive, and they're teaching those social emotional learning skills that the students didn't have for the 2 years. So they're in the classrooms, and they're doing what they should be doing. The next thing is individual planning. So you see that at the elementary, it's at 1%, which is a little bit lower, but they have that 92% being in the classrooms. 12% for individual planning at the middle school, which is still a little low. And then you see that the individual planning at the high school level is 52%. That is exactly what we wanted to reflect. Our students have been out of the high school, and individual planning is so important for them to graduate and discuss the needs of the students. So they're in there, they're working with the students individually to make sure that they're reaching their goals. And if you look at responsive services, I know that with our students coming back, we would think that our responsive services would be a lot higher at this point, but we are seeing 6% at the elementary level, 27% at the middle school level, and 21% at the high school level. And system support at the elementary level is at 1%, which is low, when you see 10 to 15%, 3% at the middle school level, and 5% at the high school level. This data, and this is one thing that we've been targeting on when we meet with our counselors every month, is working on the system support and ensuring that we're providing the best services to our students and to our staff members and our teachers to be able to support them to be able to deal with the students' needs in the classroom. So we have seen the data, we have implemented many trainings. Today we just had a dialectical behavioral therapy training for our counselors and social workers so that they could be able to deal with the students and have those skills to be able to manage and be able to provide that support when a teacher asks, how can I help with this? What can we do differently for the student? So we're filling the counselors' buckets to be the best mental health professionals on the campus.
And that training, is that taking place at the schools, or do you guys go to Region 20?
We brought them to our JTech building in our training facility. So they were here, and we had all of our secondary counselors trained in that, while our elementary counselors were trained on Kimojis. So we separated the training.
Nice.
So it was a wonderful training today. It was exactly what we needed. And that is the big shift that you're seeing. The counselors have always been the mental health professionals on the campus, as well as the social workers. But a lot of times counselors become academic counselors, and we have been filling that toolbox so that they remember that they are the mental health professionals and they should assist with the students on the campuses. And that's what we needed to come back in person and deal with the behaviors that we've been working with this school year. So the next slide is our guidance lessons. It may be a little small on your screen as well too, but I did put the hyperlinks in there so that you can go to our website. All of this is posted on the Student and Family Support Service website under guidance and counseling. And we have cell implementation calendars that we work on in the summer for our counselors to be able to cover our character traits, our cell content. We give them positive affirmations that they could use for the week or the month. And their curriculum, we use Second Step and National Bullying Prevention Center curriculum and Bullying Prevention Manual. So if you see off to the right side, they're required to have either a lesson or two per month. This is all based on a needs assessment. Counselors have to cover all of this content, but it doesn't have to be covered in the exact month. It depends on what's happening at the campus at that time on their needs assessment, so they can flip them around and change them just as long as they're covered throughout the school year. And we also, with the hyperlink on the bottom, is our JSD Cell Action Plan for 2021-2022. I believe I had shared with the board our 2020-2021 action plan, but we do have some updates and changes, and if you're familiar with it, it is full of things that we do, not just what I'm covering today for our cell components. A lot of the programs we use are free. There are some things that we pay for, but what we do is we keep track of every agreement that we have and what area it focuses on. So if anybody needs to see what we're doing in our district, it's all in one place. So one thing that we worked on this year for social emotional learning is mindful practices. We did partner up with Mindful Practices. They're out of Chicago. And we have had training for our counselors. We purchased books for our counselors and social workers to have all the mindful practices techniques. They go back and they train at their campus, and they train the teachers so that they can have techniques to use with the students that may be dysregulated and to help regulate their emotions. And the extension to that is we have been using Class Catalyst, and I think I probably provided some of this data to you in the past. This is something that I am excited about that we brought in last school year when our students were home, and we couldn't check in with them because we couldn't see them every day. So, and we had one-on-one Chromebooks, so everybody could use this online check-in tool. So this online check-in tool allows students to ask 3 short questions to see how they're feeling and rate how they're feeling for the day, or at that time that they check in, and then it gives them 4 mindfulness techniques that they could use to pick from to help self-regulate. So the extension to this, how it works with the teachers in the classroom, is that they have, once the students go in and check in, they have the ability to be able to see how their students check in. If they're all on red one day when they walk in, to see if the students all checked in and they're on red, the teachers have the opportunity to conduct a mindfulness technique for the whole class so that they can help them regulate before they start the lesson. If students are all on green, then it's a go. Everybody's feeling good. They can just start their lesson. And they have a yellow too to kind of say, well, this is the middle of how they're feeling. If 2 students are on red and everybody else is on green, they can ask the students to just go to the mindfulness technique on their own so that they can start building that self-regulation on their own.
This is something that they do on a daily basis each morning?
Yes, each morning, and they could do it throughout the day. They can do it as many times as they want. It's hooked up on ClassLink on their portal, so kids can just go in there and click on it too. Nice. So the data that we had from 2021, as you see, students were using it and checking in, and they could write notes to the teacher, and then it gives you the amount of the replies that teachers could reply. All counselors have access to this and social workers, so they could reply as well too. The other thing that we've been doing with the data is too, if we see a lot of students that are on red, then we know that they need to be referred to the counselor, the social worker, so that we can see what's going on with them. So this check-in tool replaces those old tools a long time ago when you used to put the chartboard and put a little sticky up or a little pocket and see how are they feeling for the day, because it keeps everything electronic for us so we can have that data. Now this year, for this year again, you see that our usage was a little low. We did have, some Chromebooks delayed because, a shortage everywhere. But as soon as they started getting the Chromebooks in, you could see that the usage is starting to build again. So we also have training with mindful practices for each campus that we provide to, so that they can work on their social emotional learning plan and assist the campuses with Class Catalyst if they have any questions. One thing that we're excited about this school year is that we have 7 campuses that are participating with Holdsworth Center. So we got to use Panorama for free for 7 campuses. If you've been on the board for a while, we used Panorama in the past in Judson ISD, and we couldn't keep up with it because the cost and different things. So this is exciting that we're getting to get it for free this year. This is the year to be able to see, do we really need to bring this back? How beneficial is it for us? And the data is just amazing. And we had the first survey done in December, I believe, off the top of my head. And then we brought the principals in and the counselors to review the data so they could go back and take it to their campuses and discuss that and see how we need to improve. We'll have the end of the year survey so that we can compare and see if we have any improvement. But it was done for 3rd and 5th grade students and 6th and 8th grade students. So this was something to get to have a great resource and a survey for our students this school year. So Gaggle. So I'm glad that it's on my PowerPoint presentation today that I get to share. We had been using Sit by Up that was locally created before we moved to Gaggle, and we were getting notifications and alerts. We had been vetting Gaggle for quite a while, and we know that it's a great resource, and there was data during COVID that Gaggle had been providing, like national data. So I'm glad that we did get the opportunity to be able to use it. It did start in August, as Lacey stated earlier, but we didn't have full implementation with all of the tools until November. And what we did is that we opened it up in November during Thanksgiving break. And I don't know if that was the smartest thing to do, to start getting the alerts, but I was the only one on the calls at that point for Thanksgiving break. And we had, I believe, I'm trying to get to my data, 38 of them off the top. 38 calls. Yeah, I lost it. 38 calls during Thanksgiving break, which doesn't seem like a lot, but being the first time using the tool, what was coming in, because there's different levels. It could be suicide ideation, drugs, nudity, self-harm, and they're listed right there, violence towards others. So it was a eye-opening experience. And then for Christmas, I went back and asked if we can hire some staff to be able to help us, because I didn't think I was going to do it. Yeah, I was like, oh, wow. I didn't. So luckily we did. We hired 3 staff members. Thank you to Mr. Atkins, Dr. Ball, and everybody for approving that, because we had 181 calls. And parents were so happy that we had so many comments saying that you're monitoring during this Christmas break the safety of our students. We really appreciate what Judson is doing. So our counselors felt that we're working during the break. We're excited about getting that compliment and being able to talk to the parents about what was going on with the students. So we did, once again, thinking spring break was coming up, that we were going to need the help again. So we did get an approval again. But we only had 13 incidents during spring break, which was alarming. And of course, me being that social emotional person, trying to think what is happening with our data, what happened. I'm hoping that since it was such beautiful weather, our kids were out playing basketball, because everybody checked out. First 2 days, I didn't get emails and I didn't get phone calls. And I was like, oh, am I having withdrawals? But everybody seemed to have a great spring break. And I think our kids did too. So that's showing us that we're seeing and we're moving in a positive direction. And our kids are starting to build those interactions. And I want to say that they were playing with their friends outside and doing great things during break, because that was a great reduction. So, but the total from November 22nd to March 9th, we've had 1,658 alerts. Those are a lot of calls. That's a lot of information. We're in the lives of our students and getting to see and hear what they talk about and how they feel. So that's why I really said in our department we needed to focus on system support and bringing those tools because we need to make sure our team's able to help the students with those needs. So it's on 24 hours a day. There's a live person monitoring 24 hours a day. So there's either questionable content or a content that is more severe, and then they give us a call or they send us a text message. So I have a team that works, which is myself and several others that work in the evening and after hours, and then we bring our teams back on during the day at the campus level. So we're constantly 24 hours a day monitoring our students. So CEL initiatives and training for counselors and social workers. These are a few of the trainings that we've brought in to increase that number in system support. Healing trauma using interpersonal neurobiology in the SAN, which is our SAN trait therapy. Kimoji's training. One breath at a time, CEL for you and your students. It's a CEL mindful practice training. Developmental assets, getting relationships right training. And then the dialectical behavior therapy training that we had today. Class Catalyst is a tool that we're going to continue using so that we can still be able to monitor our students and give them tools that they need. We also use restorative practices in the district. We have several schools that are participating in restorative practices through the UP partnership. So we've been working on the behaviors that way with CEL. And then Panorama, as I stated earlier, the selected schools. We're in the process of developing CEL curriculum adoption. This school year, the state came back and stated that we needed to add some additional character traits. So we've had our counselor advisory committee meet and several meetings, and we are going to move forward and requesting that we stay with Second Step for the elementary and 7 mindsets for the secondary. So that is something that we're working on. There's some new requirements that we have to bring in students and committee members to pass this curriculum. So we will be working on that to bring it back to see if we can get that curriculum approved. The most exciting thing is the Wraparound Service Center, the purchase of the new facility and services that we have through the San Antonio Mobile Mental Wellness Collaborative. So I'm sure you all heard about it. This is one thing that I've always wanted to do, is have a Wraparound Service Center. That is not going to be the name of it. We've already went to Student Advisory Committee, and they gave us some suggestions, and we're going to keep on trying to find a great name for it. But right now we're calling it the Wraparound Service Center. We've signed the agreement with the collaborative. Those agencies, Children's Bereavement Center, Family Service Association, Rise Recovery, Jewish Family Services and Clarity Child Guidance Center, we have services with them already starting April 1st, but we will be using a different creative way to either visit the students at the school or bring them to Park Village, where we have a room there too that we have that we could utilize for a temporary location until the Wraparound Service Center building is available. Our counselors are getting training tomorrow with the collaborative, so that they're prepared to be able to use the services. The best one that I'm excited about is Clarity and the Bereavement Center. We have been experiencing a lot of bereavement and death and grief, and this is going to be services that will be provided to our students, our families, and our staff. So we're really looking forward to having these services. And once again, there's another hyperlink for our CEL action plan, and that is all I have for you, and I'm so grateful that I get to share some of the information from that we deal with in our umbrella for CEL. And are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
For the non-counseling duties like testing and 504s, are you guys responsible for that?
No, ma'am. We're true counselors in Judson ISD with the support of our senior staff and Dr. Ball and the supporting the true role of a counselor. Judson is well known for having counselors 100% and what we get to do, and that's why I said we're ready to take on all these other duties that are going to help students at 100%.
That is so great, because that's what a lot of schools across America, they deal with. The issues is having too large of caseloads or not having enough help or doing a lot of non-counseling duties. So I'm just very impressed to see that, there's low ratios here of students to counselors here. I love the check-in tools. Also, the health masters, I love being able to input that data. And also, I like how the guidance calendar is, where it's already set at the beginning of the year. And so everyone knows exactly what they're going to do. And so I love that. So just thank you so much to you and also to you all in the Student and Family Support Service Department for all the work that you guys do and the resources that you guys provide for our students, especially during this time with the heightened anxiety and fears that this pandemic has brought over the last couple of years. So thank you guys so much. I'm very pleased.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think she said it all.
Thank you.
She wrapped that up very well. Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Monica, I have a question for you. So how do you all leverage equity audits to prioritize services to specific campuses or feeder patterns? And actually, do you all do that now? And if so, how?
Our data tool really helps us. I can see the needs, like I said, at our fingertips when I can run it by campus and see the differences in where we need to provide the best services. Because of the pandemic, when I first started here too, we didn't need all of the resources that we're seeing for equity. And now we have more food banks, we have clothing closets. When I first started, we said, do we need to have a clothing closet? And everybody's like, no, we have everything, like we're great. But we do see that there are pockets in different areas on our campuses with the need. We do check in with our counselors and our social workers as well too. And that's another thing that I didn't even touch on here. We provide so many tools for our counselors in this district that they don't have to go buy resources out of their pocket to be able to give those to the students as well too, like the little fidget spinners and things like that, so that we have the right tools for them to use. But we do focus on equity and equality and measuring that and making sure that our North and our South campuses are well provided.
And then how much of your initiatives or resources are dependent and contingent upon ESSER funds?
We use ESSER funds, we use Title IV funds, and we use title funds. So we just look at the best option for us. We do a lot of the new initiatives are using ESSER funds. So we have some allocated for ESSER this year, and then the curriculum obviously will probably have to go through ESSER funds as well. So we look at the best option and see what's available. But we do have the ability to use ESSER, Title, or Title IV.
The reason why I'm asking is because eventually ESSER funds will run out, right? So we need to start thinking about what's been working, what hasn't been working, where there are opportunities for growth in order for us to then start obviously prioritizing that in our budget process. Do you have a breakdown of the programs or the initiatives that you've launched and the ESSER funds associated with those initiatives?
Yes, I have a document that I proposed to the senior staff that shares our information about where we wanted to move in the next 3 years, and then I have it broken up by ESSER, title, and how we use the funds.
Okay. Dr. Ball, is that something we can explore at another board meeting? Yeah, okay. And then, and I know that like SEL obviously encompasses a lot, and your department does a lot. So do you all, and you may have mentioned it, and I apologize if I missed it, do you all, I guess what percentage of resource also is applied to college and career readiness to ensure that like persistence rates, or those accountability skills are being embedded in our students? That way we start preemptively addressing those things before they get into college, right? So one of the big things that happens when they go into post-secondary is that they freak out, students, young scholars freak out, it's a different environment, so on and so forth. That leads to a number of different issues. So do you all address that as well?
Yes, and I didn't get to share that this evening, but we do, if their college and career falls under our rubric as well too, and we use an awesome program called School Links as well, that is a college and career readiness platform that our students start using in 7th grade all the way to high school for like a one-stop shop to be able to have scholarship applications, submit their applications to the college, and they do the career interest inventories, they do college exploration, career exploration in there as well too. But that is another area that we have a lot of information. Like I said, so is that big umbrella. It's broken up into so many components. So if I get the opportunity, that's a whole other area to share too.
I mean, that might be wise because I don't have the document in front of me. I think some of the goals or the progress measures that we're looking at might tie into that. So maybe we can have that in another session. All right. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. So on the Gaggle software, have we been telling students also that, number one, I'm assuming that it's only tracking it if they do these kinds of searches or whatever on a school-issued device, correct?
It also uses their cell phone. Anytime they're using our network or their Google or their email or anything that's tied to the district, yes, it's very sensitive. It picks up a lot of information.
Got it.
We even had a student write a note all in white letters that you couldn't see, that nobody would have seen, but Gaggle, of course, because it's typed, to pick it up. So they've been very creative on how they're doing things. We did not share with students immediately in the beginning because we don't want them to know that the suicide and homicide, we want them to feel that somebody's there that's checking on them. But we did get a lot of nudity and different behavior, so we had to have some assemblies, and some principals went back to talk to them. Don't forget, these are school-issued devices. And once we started calling some of those parents in Christmas break, they took away all their devices for Christmas break. So the parents were excited that that was helping them. But the students do know more now that we're monitoring it out there, and it still didn't stop. As soon as we came back from spring break, they started again. But it gives us an opportunity to see how we can help them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I said we're in the lives of the students. It really that's you get to see how they discuss and what they talk about. Yeah.
I appreciate the whole lens on social emotional learning and social emotional wellness. I mean, the premise is that you want students focused in the classroom, and so addressing those needs, the wraparound services. Excellent presentation, but some that you may not have alluded to that I do want to see more in the social emotional element is external programs like after-school programming for our students, to have them in a scenario where they can talk about their feelings. We used to have a good group at Metzger where they had a counselor come in and talk about it, because we still are seeing, and I'm going to be asking this in a future meeting, about bullying on our campuses. That's still a real issue. So the social emotional element, there are outcries. People are bullying for a myriad of reasons. But until we see those discipline numbers come down, we really haven't hit our targets there, in my opinion. So these external programs like summer programming that needs to be robust and much more, but also after school for those students that would go home and who knows what's going to happen. So can you talk a little bit about that? I didn't see this in this presentation, but is that part of a component of the umbrella that's going to be more vast or robust, I should say?
We do have some social workers and some counselors that take on after, like Girl Scouts after school that we work with. They talk about social emotional learning, and that's through our department as well. And then we have family engagement programs that are focused on SEL, and that's why we're trying to build our family leadership program. But we have like Converse Elementary that has a engagement program that works with families too and the students at the same time. So we are building our after-school programs and family engagement as well. But the one that comes to mind is pretty much like Girl Scouts too. So we do have some in our plan that we are working, but we can definitely look at that and see how we need to increase. That's why I added on the castle model, the family and the support, because it's like after-hour things and what we do with our families and our students after the school day.
Yeah, there are a lot of Christian-based organizations that will work with our students after or before school that could work, so those collaborations are potentially there. But that's what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing enough of those type of efforts and collaborations. And I think, God bless our counselors, but there has to be an extension. They can't do all of it. Students open up in different environments. So those environments would be possibly with peers, other students, and discussing things. I just want to see less bullying, and I want to see more focused in the classroom. And then, of course, would you say that, it was alluded earlier, our student-teacher ratio, if it was lowered, you'd have teachers being able to address social emotional issues in the classroom. That would be my expectation. Wouldn't you think the same thing?
Yes, and thank you for saying that, because that is our goal for next school year. When we adopt the new curriculum, a comprehensive model does have teachers helping us teach the curriculum. And we were going to try to go full force this year with that, because I was thinking, how are we going to do this? How are we going to get our students where we need them to be? But we could not add one more thing to our teachers' caseload this year because they're coming back to it. So we decided to wait until next school year, and we're trying to get ourselves on the PD calendar for everyone to be trained so that they could provide that SEL content in their classroom. That is the best way to teach it. It's not just by counselors teaching it. The whole comprehensive model requires everybody to know that SEL is being taught on the campus.
And one last point would be that I noticed you mentioned about additional counselors in our middle school, which there's a need for that, but there's also some proactive steps to do more in elementary. And so we need to be able to reach students before they get to middle school so they have the right coping skills to address things like bullying. So would you say then our resources are allocated more in middle school, or are we looking at doing more in elementary to ensure we're reaching students then?
Our plan, prior to COVID, we had approval to add additional counselors at that level, but then we left, so we didn't need them because we did a lot of the stuff virtual. And when we got back, when we returned in person, that's why we've added those 2 additional split positions to be able to help with that. It is difficult to have a split position, but in order to meet the allocations, to meet that ratio, it will still work. But we do focus, our counselors at the elementary level, like you said, are true counselors as well too. And we always assess and see how they're doing. And that's why we have the additional district support if they need to. I'm going to give an example. At one of our high need elementary schools, we had our district counselor go take care of the responsive services for the day so that the counselors could get into the classrooms to be proactive and teach the lessons. So we're working out systems so that we can provide the best services for the students.
I wasn't clear. So I didn't hear you clearly. The allocation of resources then is tilted more towards elementary, middle school, high school. I'm assuming it's middle school, but there's opportunity in elementary, or is it elementary that has the most resources right now?
Elementary has the higher caseload, but they have excellent resources, right? I think right now our counselors are doing a great job. There may be a need to reduce the ratios like we did at the middle school and high school, but with the 2 counselors allocated right now, I think that we're, based on our advisory committee, we will be doing great with those 2 new allocations.
And don't take any offense to this when I say this again, but it needs to be more than counselors. There has to be more than just counselors trying to address this issue. But I'll step down on that. Thank you for that.
And I do want to say about what you mentioned about the services after hours, our wraparound service center, when it does open, we'll be able to provide some of that cell components after hours to our students as well too, because we plan on being open in the evening.
To speak to your point, Mr. Diaz, those ESSER funds that are available could underwrite some of these initiatives because obviously, as Mr. Diaz has pointed out, it is in the short run. We don't have the utility of these funds forever. But I would argue that if we're able to implement a program that's efficient, that if we need to pull from reserve funds, because we've seen such a drastic turnaround, I'll fight for budget money to make sure that we maintain programs. But we have an opportunity now to be innovative in that approach, and our students need that innovation and that support right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. We appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Ceci, now we have the formative review and district improvement plan update. The board had asked us to provide this information. So at this time, Ceci will be providing this information.
Good evening. Today I'd like to share with you just a short presentation on a district improvement plan formative review based on your request. And this is a formative review through the month of February. You received as part of your documents around a 40-page review where every staff member that is responsible for monitoring a strategy provided the progress. The first formative review that you received previously provided the progress that they indicated in the month of November. And so what you have now is the progress that has rolled through the month of February. So just to look at the overall structure of the district improvement plan, we have 5 district goals that were approved by this board several years ago. And each goal has various numbers of performance objectives depending on the goal. And then the goal can have multiple strategies. And the strategies can come from various departments. based on the objective. The formative reviews here in Judson ISD are conducted 3 times a year, November, February, and May. And they are conducted on each of the strategies by the member responsible. And the strategy can go from 0 to 100%. They can also indicate no progress. The staff responsible for monitoring the strategy can also indicate to discontinue the strategy if for whatever reason it's necessary. The 5 district goals, you are familiar with them, have to do with effective instruction involving families and communities and positive school culture. These were derived from the strategic plan that was adopted as well a couple of years ago. So for Goal 1, effective instruction, Judson ISD students will meet or exceed grade level expectations and will be college, career, or military ready. The district improvement plan has 6 total performance objectives and a total of 34 strategies, all from various departments here within Judson ISD. When you look at those 34 total strategies, 25 of them, or 74% of them, have 60% or greater progress. And we use 60% because when you're looking at the month of February, if you're looking at the traditional schedule, that's about where they should be. And I say traditional schedule because for some strategies, if they're working with an external consultant, the schedule may not necessarily be traditional. And in some cases, if the strategy indicates that the goal is such percentage and star, it's hard to indicate if they've met, unless, of course, they've got and have received mock star by then. For goal number 2, you have a total of 4 performance objectives and 6 total strategies. When you take a look at the totality of the strategies, 83% of those strategies have greater than 60% progress or are on target. For goal number 3, you have 2 total performance objectives and 4 strategies. And 50% of the strategies have greater than 60% progress. For goal 4, where we will grow leaders and sustain the growth of outstanding leaders over time, we have 5 performance objectives with a total of 14 strategies, and 9 of those strategies are on target with 60% progress or more. And finally, goal number 5, where we will strive to consistently model kindness and empathy when interacting with our students, families, and community. We have 5 total performance objectives, 9 total strategies, and 8 of those strategies have indicated 60% progress or more. That concludes our presentation. Do you have any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Thank you very much.
Now some more data in regards to student achievement. So now Ms. Jennifer Johnson will be sharing the beginning of the year and the middle of the year growth report.
Good evening, everyone. As she mentioned, I'm Jennifer Johnson, and I am the Director of Early Literacy here for Judson ISD. So as you can see, we are on the path to rewriting the JISD literacy story, and I get to share with you the results that we have obtained from Amplify and from CLI Engage. Those are our 2 systems that we use to monitor our student progress from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. So we'll begin with pre-K growth data. This pre-K growth data is related to pre-K 4, and you can easily see that at the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, students are growing in each one of these measured areas: rapid vocabulary, phonological awareness, story retell, and in math. Now this data is important to understand the other layer of it, and that is not only are you seeing growth, But at the beginning of the year, there is an expectation that is a lower expectation than at middle of the year. So there is a higher expectation at middle of year and then a higher expectation still at the end of the year. So if we were to see that the beginning of the year data showed a 51% and the middle of the year data also showed 51%, that would still be showing that students were growing. We were growing them as to meet the new expectation. But this data is showing not only are we growing students to meet that new expectation, but we are capturing students who are struggling students and bringing those students up to meet expectation as well. That means that some of our most struggling students are on target to meet over a year's worth of growth this year. So we hope to see that this will continue as we are implementing the strategies in our curriculum to make sure that our students are getting all of the activities that they need to daily, both not only through SEL, but also within the academic forefront. As we take a look at kindergarten growth data sets, you can see this also comes from CLI Engage, that we have shown growth in each of these areas: letter names, spelling, blending, and in math. So these are comprehensive assessments that do both literacy and math. So you can see this growth that's happening, and once again, the expectation is growing from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. This data set looks a little bit different because it is a data set that's pulled from a different resource. That resource is called Amplify, and we've talked about it before in the past. So for first grade, what you can see within Amplify is that we are seeing growth from beginning of year to middle of year. The top score with BOY shows you beginning of year, and the bottom band is MOY, or middle of year. So there's an increase of on or above level of 5 percentage points and a decrease of well below by 6 percentage points. So we can see that not only are we growing more students to be on level, but the students that were within our red or well below is also being reduced. This is overall district data. One of the things that we looked at as well was individual campus data sets, especially because at the beginning of the year, we are required to, middle of the year, we are required to submit a report to the state that's related to the dyslexia screener. And that comes from Amplify. And so we're looking specifically at each particular campus to see how students were doing. And we have some campuses that we were able to go out, or I was able to visit individually to be able to say, you were able to significantly reduce the number of students that were in the red or significantly increase the number of students in the green. So not only did we provide certificates to those teachers and celebrate that, but began conversations about what is it specifically that you are doing that is getting that data, so that we can have those conversations with campus coaches and administrators district-wide. When you look at the second grade data set, you can also see that there's an increase of on or above level students by 4 percentage points and a decrease of well below as well with 5 percentage points. Again, just like all of the other assessments, at the beginning of the year, there was a lower level expectation, and by middle of the year, that is growing. So not only are we maintaining and moving students forward, but we are in the process of capturing students who are struggling and moving them up more than a particular year's worth of growth. At third grade, this, as you can see, was an area of concern for us. As soon as the data came in, we began a conversation of what are we going to do to support our third grade. Not that they didn't make a percentage point gain, they did. So are they still moving those students? Are they meeting that new higher level expectation? Yes. And did we gain an additional 1%? Yes. But that's not significant enough for us to say, well done. So one of the things that we said was, what can we do to address it? Because we know it didn't meet the board's expectation, and it doesn't meet our expectation as professionals here within Judson. So I will take a moment to talk about what are we doing immediately to support third grade. So immediately, we took a look at the development of a curriculum pacing guide for the remainder of this school year. So at that moment, we stopped and said, we need to provide teachers with more opportunities to talk about the how are we going to instruct this, rather than the when or what are we going to instruct. So what we did was take the curriculum guide as it stood, and we began to parse that out day by day to say, this is how you should pace yourself to be able to cover all of the curriculum. That was provided to them so that then teachers didn't have to worry about that piece, and they could regain some time to instead talk about, okay, we know what it is we need to do, but how are we going to do this to meet the needs of our students? So that was provided for teachers immediately after the results came out. In addition, we noticed specifically that there were some issues with fluency district-wide, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And so specific strategies to address the development of fluency were also provided to all campus coaches and administrators to be able to turn that around at their particular campuses. Some campuses that are our higher needs campuses also had a person such as myself come and provide that direct instruction to the staff members. Here you can see the data that comes from 4th grade. You can see that we did have an increase of students who were on or above level by 5 percentage points. And at 5th grade, the same is true. We saw an increase of students who are above or on level by 4 percentage points. But when we looked at those, there were still some specific areas that we knew we needed to address. And as I mentioned previously, fluency was one of them. So we did some things specific to each one of the grade levels. First of all, 3rd through 5th grade, we provided research-aligned lessons to support the lowest performing TEKS. So that's not directly tied to Amplify or CLI Engage. That's a different system. However, we're looking at the student's education in its totality. And so we chose to pull some lower performing TEKS and provide some very specific research-aligned lessons to teachers so that that would be embedded within their curriculum as well as in that pacing guide to say these are the specific lessons our students need to be able to fill in some gaps. In addition, 4th and 5th grade also received some training in how to increase students' fluency. Fluency meaning more than just rate, meaning accuracy first, rate, as well as something called prosody, which is making our reading sound like talking. Maybe that's the best way to explain it. So we captured all of that to provide to teachers so that they could implement some new strategies. That all together is how we are working to rewrite the Judson literacy story one word at a time. What questions can I answer for you?
Did your was the data skewed? Since this is district level data, were there any schools or feeder patterns that showed less improvement than the other counterparts or skewed your data, like any outliers? And I'll ask that both ways. Was there a campus that really helped out, and then was there a campus that has more opportunity for growth?
Yes, actually. So when we take a look, and I can pull this by individual campus, which I do. So I pulled both by individual campus and by overall district. And so one of the things I was looking at, for example, in 3rd grade was which campuses were really helping and or hurting. And the answer to that 3rd grade straight across the board was there really wasn't an outlier. That's why it was a significant issue for me, and we put something in place immediately. Now, when I looked at 4th grade, we did see some outliers. For example, ELOF had both a positive, they were able to increase the number of blue and green that you saw there and decrease the number of red. And they were they did that the best out of all of the different campuses. However, they weren't so far off from others that it would make a huge statistical difference. There were some campuses, though, that did not decrease the number of students who were falling in the red very much. And so those particular campuses, that's something that we've addressed at that campus level to say, you may be meeting the needs of your on or above level, but you are not meeting the needs of your significantly below, so we need to adjust the particular lessons that we are doing in those small group settings. The same would be true, I can tell you that Coronado Village, so at Coronado, they were a major outlier for us in a positive sense at both 5th grade and at 1st grade. So on two ends of the spectrum there, they were very positive outliers for us, but we had some other campuses that were drawing close to that, just not quite exactly where they needed to be. The campuses that had the greatest amount of growth, and that's what I went to the campuses specifically to address. At 3rd grade, that would have been Woodlake. At 4th grade, the greatest amount of growth was Eloff. And at 5th grade, the greatest amount of growth, according to our data sets here, was Coronado. At 2nd grade, the greatest reduction, this was a very big deal at this campus, was Crestview, the greatest reduction of red students at 2nd grade. So that is something that Crestview specifically has been working on. They've been addressing the higher level needs of students, but had not up to this point been doing as well with the students who were struggling, and they were able to turn that around at 2nd grade. It was a very big celebration. And Olympia had the greatest growth in relationship to growing green and blue, kids who are on or above level. At 1st grade, I spoke about Coronado already. We also saw that Ed Franz had a reduction in the number of students who were in the red, one of the greatest reductions. So they were also recognized, as was Masters, for one of the higher number of students who were increasing to green and blue. Did that answer your question?
It does. And then, so this is equally a question for you as it is for Dr. Ball.
Yes.
So when you synthesize the information, what are you triangulating that has had a major impact? Like, how do we identify the strategies or the programming in order to ensure that, again, we keep those things at the forefront of our thoughts and conversations? So what were those things?
Excellent. So one of the things that Eloff, for example, has really taken on board and begun implementing this year is something related to something called morphology. And that is part of our curriculum, but a lot of teachers struggle with that piece. But they wanted all of the training in that and really paid close attention to it. So the teachers, specifically at 4th grade, began implementing it truly to fidelity. And morphology is dealing with the meaning of words, as well as being able to break words down into their parts. So in those particular classrooms, a portion of the day was spent with students taking a look at a word, deciding what is the prefix, what is the suffix, what is the base or root of that word, and then being able to not only break that word apart to read it, but also to say, okay, if I know what the prefix is and the suffix is and the root means, then I understand this word. So their vocabulary scores went significantly up. When vocabulary goes up, so does their comprehension and their overall accuracy in reading. So that played a significant role in what they were their scores. The same thing was happening at Coronado in 5th grade, where they were really implementing that as well. So it will be one of the things that we not just offer, but will be requiring for our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers over the summer to be able to get that training again to say, this works. We need to make sure that everybody is feeling comfortable with full, total implementation of that within our curriculum. As for the younger grade levels, one of the things that is most common amongst each one of the really positive scores was that those teachers are being trained in the science of reading, and they are truly implementing science of reading, which means all of those components, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, and they are doing all 5 of those with fidelity. So when that is happening, we see those scores rise. When teachers will say, I ran out of time this day, so I'm going to let this go or that go, we tend to see those scores drop as well. So it really does have to do with instructional practices and what they are putting into play every single day.
Dr. Ball, any plans on putting in those standards, or what do you do with that information at a system level?
So a couple of things that we do is we share that with principals. We do like to leave some autonomy to the principals to be able to share, give them the opportunity to look and see what works best for their campuses. But we do a lot of sharing and using those models that are being successful as pilots in other places, and seeing what it is that we could do to make sure that all our campuses are reaching their full potential.
And how do you balance, and I respect that autonomy, I mean, that's part of having agency over your community, but how do you balance that with proven track records, or if there is a trend of stagnation or decline, so at what point do you go from like, hey, this is a recommended thing, to a loving directive, like, you know, having some baseline standard?
Right. The continuous looking at the data, if it continues downward, then we know that we need to step in with some different steps of saying, look, we're going to have to try this, or you have to, these are some choices, you have some choices, but something different has to be done.
And do you do that like on an annual basis, quarterly? What does that look like for you?
Well, we really don't want to wait too long annually, but just depending on how severe the dip would be. If it's not so severe, we would probably wait a little bit, maybe to mid-year. But if it's something that's drastic, then we would have to look at it even sooner.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. Wonderful information.
I have a question before you. I'm always going to have a question, so I just, allow my colleagues to talk first sometimes. But the pre-K information that you have, before the beginning of the year, middle of the year, is there some comparison to other districts? I always like to know that when we're doing our assessments, we are looking peripherally to see that our growth is superior, or we still have more work to do. So is there some comparison with neighboring districts that you have as well?
I have not reached out to ask neighboring districts for their data sets. What I can say is that with pre-K and CLI Engage, what that data set is showing you is for your particular student population, how are they performing against what is expected nationwide? And so the data set that you're seeing is the percentage of students who are on track. That you saw there was the students who are on track according to the assessment. And so that percentage is related to what we would expect for all of our kids, right? At this point, if everybody was there, we'd have 100%. So nationwide averages, is everyone there? No. But the assessment in and of itself is designed really to be able to help us individually say, your particular students, what percentage of them are on track. If we look at other campus or other districts and such, for example, the district that I came from previously, although I have not looked at their current data this year, I have had conversations with others that I have worked with in the past. And one thing that most people have said is that overall we saw a student drop in all areas. However, even within that drop, we are seeing gains occur. And so some of our gains were more significant than a counterpart that I worked with at another campus or at another district, and some were less. So there wasn't one standard across the board that these are all better or these are worse. It's depending on each individual component.
Well, I know that obviously we have collaborations with, is it Upward?
Yes.
Used to be pre-K through 16, that may have data that they're already collecting because they've shown to have that data in other districts. I would say that that's necessary because we're in a competitive environment. We have to showcase that our work is better than any of the surrounding districts. Plus, at least we know that we are definitely doing what we need to do. So that would just be a recommendation to look at those opportunities to look at what we're doing comparatively. But also, when you get to the third grade, I assume that the red did not meet grade level. The different colors were approaches and meets and.
So not exactly. Red means well below. Yellow means just below grade level.
So approaches would be an equivalent.
There's not a direct correlation that's drawn.
Because the third grade data you should be able to do that, right, from
the
table report?
So what we're looking at right now is something from what's called Amplify. And Amplify breaks down into very specific areas. It's all about foundational skills as well as beginning comprehension and vocabulary. So when you think about STAR, which is what you're talking about, when you think about STAR, STAR is a more global assessment of students' comprehension. That is what it's assessing in its entirety. Can you read this passage, and then do you have enough comprehension skill to be able to answer these questions? Amplify is something different. It is designed to be able to tell you not just the student passed the assessment or they did not, but Amplify takes it down to a more grassroots level because it says, okay, in what specific foundational skills is this student at grade level and where are they below grade level? So rather than saying the problem is that the student just simply doesn't comprehend, it could be that the problem lies with the fact that they're struggling to understand individual words. And so Amplify will bring that out for you. There hasn't been a correlational study to say if you score green, that means you will receive this on STAR. But one of the things that we can say is if they are scoring well below, the likelihood that they will meet expectations on STAR is low.
Yeah, I'm sure that we could probably draw a correlation. It sounds fascinating. It's definitely above and beyond in terms of our assessment than above and beyond in terms of STAR as being one pathway to evaluate student achievement. So the thing is, pre-K, we're putting a lot of money in pre-K, and I certainly want to see any distinction that shows that investment is worth it. So naturally, now that we've almost passed the pandemic, I'm hoping to see a quick turnaround because we're investing in pre-K 3 and 4. Do you know someone else has to use Amplify, right? Other districts are using, we're not the only one, are we?
No, we're not the only campus. But at pre-K, we use what's called CLI Engage. So CLI Engage is actually from the Children's Learning Institute. It is through TEA and the Children's Learning Institute that they put together this particular assessment. And so we use that for our pre-K 4 as well as our kindergarten. And one of the ways that the state measures whether or not pre-K is doing the job that pre-K should be doing is in the beginning of the year at kindergarten, all of the students take what's called TXKEA, Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment, TXKEA. And that has two roles. One is to be able to tell us of our students who were in pre-K 4 moving up into kindergarten, who is coming in ready for kindergarten level skills. So Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment. So that assessment the state uses to be able to determine how well our pre-K programs are preparing our students, number one. And number two, it's designed to let our kindergarten teachers know right at the beginning of the year which of your students are going to need additional support above just standard tier 1 right from the very beginning of the school year, or at least as soon as that assessment is administered. So that is the measure that the state uses, and it's the measure that we look at too to see how well are we doing with our pre-K programming.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for all this information, and I also hope that I can relay to the teachers who are out there listening that it's been very difficult in the area of literacy, early literacy, for teachers to truly teach best practices when our students were virtual. It was really hard.
Yes.
So I know that coming back, the gains are going to be there. And the drive and determination and persistence of our teachers is what is making this happen. And the fact that you're giving them this data, and you know, I did kind of your job for a little while, and we didn't have this great data. We were still doing DRA and Telpet, you know, that kind of stuff. So this is so down to the specific skill you need to teach a lesson on so the student can perform on this assessment the next time and score higher. It gives so much great information to the teachers who then can implement it in their lessons. And I'm not even sure where I'm going with this, except I really do appreciate the guidance you're giving, the information you're giving, the data. All of that is crucial when you're actually in the classroom doing this instruction. And I know our kids will get there because I know our teachers are doing what they need to do. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Yes, it was, and very proud of all the work that Ms. Johnson is doing, and then also that the teachers, of course, are doing. So seeing a lot of great gains.
Let's move on to item 6B, discuss SAT, ACT, and the ASVAB testing. That's here from Mr. Macias.
Yes, Mr. Macias has asked me for some data, so we have some data to share with them and then answer any other questions or provide additional data later.
Hi, I'm Devin Holmes, Director of Advanced Academics. It's good to see you all again. Give me a second. I actually need to pull this up. I apologize. Is there any questions I can answer while I'm pulling it up? We have this Office 365 program. It's awesome. Hold on, guys. Everybody in the world gets to see my folders. All right, sorry about that. Bam, here we are. So I know that you had questions, Mr. Macias, about SAT, ACT, and ASVAB. So the data I brought was just basically a 3-year comparison of the performance, also some participation data, and then I would be glad to answer any questions that you guys have. So starting out, SAT, you can look at the data over the past 3 years. Of course, you're dealing with COVID in the blue and the orange year there. And then we're coming out of COVID this year, so you're seeing the last 3 years' data, including our seniors this year currently. And there have been a slight improvement in ELAR and a slight improvement in mathematics over the past year, which I think is exciting considering all the different aspects of things that are going on. The other exciting thing is that on the average, our kids are hitting that CCMR level in English, which I think is really good. And so you're seeing that in the data. I wanted to go ahead and bring this comparison up. This is actually from the TAPE report, so it's the past 3 years, which goes through 2020, but this is a trend that is in general the case all the time. And it's that if you'll notice, the gray is the state, the orange is the region, and then we're in blue, or sort of purplish up there. But that basically lets you know who's participating. And overall, in SAT, we test all of our juniors, so everyone who comes in on that day. And that's why it's not 100% every year, but it's far above the state and far above the region who we're testing. We're trying to give as many kids the opportunity to do that for free. Looking at ACT performance over the past 3 years. Now, ACT, we do not offer district-wide for every student, but students can take that and we get the data from that. We will be offering it for all of our accelerated testers this year. And an accelerated tester is someone who took biology or algebra 1 in 8th grade, and they're required to have a math and a science test in high school. Well, ACT is the only option really to do that science test, so we're giving them that test so that we can get that data. So you're going to actually see a huge increase in the number of kids taking it, because in this area of the nation, SAT generally dominates as far as priority. I'm also including ASVAB numbers. You can see that the numbers obviously went way down during COVID, and that makes a lot of sense because recruiters aren't able to connect with kids to be able to give them the test and things of that nature. But this year we went way up in test numbers. You're looking at probably 15% of our kids are taking the ASVAB, being interested in the military. As far as these scores, they have gone up. Now, which campus is the top performer has changed, but overall scores have improved over the past 3 years for ASVAB as well. So questions about the data?
Thank you for doing the 3-year portion of it. I will tell you that this has been sort of something I've been looking at since 2010. And so I'll give you an example. You know, in 2008, 2009, the year I was coming onto the board, our scores for SAT were at 928. That was the average of all subjects. And of course, you fast forward to 2021, and it's 932. Now, the test has changed, and I understand that it's been reworked. But the idea is that, you know, since we've invested money in ensuring that we have a high test participation rate, which I'm really proud of, we need to do, or at least we need to be aware of things that we're doing to prepare students for success. And one of the reasons I put this on the agenda is because we used to have an elective class when we had a previous structure that enabled students to pick this as another elective, because we've tried to do it on weekends, we've tried to do it after school, I mean, all these different mixtures. But the elective part, I thought, had a lot of promise. So bottom line, I just need to know, are we doing the elective anywhere, or did we discontinue that as an option right now?
It's not discontinued as an option. The classes didn't make this past year.
Okay.
So with all the different options and things like that, that class didn't have enough students. But it's offered at all 3 campuses.
So they're still offering it, just to participate? It's just not there.
It builds based on student enrollment.
Okay, that's promising. So in terms of data, the part that we're proud of is the test participation. But in Region 20, that participation is now at 81%. We're about 13 or 14% higher than Region 20, and we had a head start. I mean, a lot of school districts are starting to pick up this idea, let's give SAT. I feel like this is a value added for this district, and we have opportunity, and I don't want to miss out on that opportunity completely. We need to get our kids ingrained with this, and so my questions are specific about this agenda item, not the data, would be what are we doing early enough to tell our students that this is part of what you're going to be required to do later. They may not understand how important it is as 7th or 8th graders. And so I know we do the PSAT, but that's almost like a turnkey. We always do P. So what more are we making it so it's a wow thing? And Dr. Ball, This is another potential summer or after-school program that focus on SAT and all the excitement about it. But that's my question to you.
As far as looking at what we're doing, we do focus mostly on high school. One thing that I want to do, and we are doing, is incorporating SAT into our, I don't want to call them upper-level math courses, but geometry and above. So Algebra 1 has a STAR test, and that's kind of like, the Super Bowl for Algebra 1. But none of the other courses have a STAR test. And so one of the things I'm doing is incorporating SAT into the curriculum. And so one of the trainings we're going to be doing in the fall will be actually to have teachers learning how to use some of the new tools that are available to them to be able to make sure that the instruction they're having and the focus they're having is more towards SAT. So that the instruction that's happening is communicating to kids, hey, look, this is really important. This is something that we want to focus on. This is something that literally is our Super Bowl. You know what I mean? For geometry, for Algebra 2, for pre-calculus, and those courses. So that's one area that we're doing. I also can tell you that we do have the PSAT, but an area that we're focusing on is helping kids to understand the connection between the PSAT and the SAT and why it matters and how they can use that PSAT to prepare them for the SAT. Because one of the cool things that they do is you can take your PSAT scores, link them from your College Board account to Khan Academy, and it will make a tailored plan based on your scores to get you ready for the SAT. And so over the December timeframe, one of the things we're doing also is we want to maximize those days that we have to shut down for testing. And so if there's a non-grade level, then we give them a test. So for example, during December, we had a day where juniors weren't going to be doing anything. So we gave them all a mock SAT. And we also, because that was conveniently the week that the PSAT scores dropped, we gave them all information telling them exactly how to link and make those scores something that would give them a plan afterwards to study. So that's another thing we're doing. I'm trying to think. I got a list of things right here. And so we also had an SAT prep day this year to bring kids in and kind of give them more of the tips and tools and types things, and also emphasize that SAT is a journey. And it's something where you're moving towards something, you're taking those steps to make it happen. So those are some of the things we're doing.
Well, again, I appreciate any lens to it. I know that we're working hard in that area. The excitement of it for me is that you don't have to decide to go to college just because you take the SAT. There are a lot of career options. But, competency in the SAT will demonstrate that they're also ready for the workforce. So it's a dual thing in terms of really showing a student. One of my favorite stories that I do share involves our athletes. And seeing them at a Walmart once and didn't know they were athletes. They were all students. And so I'm talking to them, and they said that they got scholarships. They didn't know they could get, because they took the SAT, they scored well enough, and with their athletics and the score, they never would have taken the exam. It was like it was free and they took it. So there is definitely positive to doing more with this.
And I'm 100% a believer, honestly. Like if you look, I'm actually the first person in my family that graduated from college, me or my uncles, aunts, cousins, whatever. And I knew that taking this test, well, it was the ACT for me. I'm from Oklahoma, but don't hate me. Don't hate me. But anyway, so I knew taking the test was going to be my ticket to getting into college and being able to pay for college. So I actually took the test 5 times, the ACT. And that was the difference for me, just being able to get into college to me having the ability to get a full ride. And so I really do understand and believe in doing well on this test and making it, because I know it opens doors for kids.
Well, and that's where I mentioned earlier with the previous presentation about the upward, I don't even know what it's called, but it's that pre-K or PK through 16 council, it used to be. I know they have the data because I looked at it some years ago when I visited with them. And since we have pride on this, just like anything, I'd like us to see us climb comparatively to what other districts are doing. And I'm not going to accept that, we have economically disadvantaged students that can't. I know we all can, but let's find out what that needs to look like to ensure we can get our students to that part. And again, back to, and I'll say this to you, Dr. Ball, back to those collaborations and those partnerships that will magnify our efforts and our investment early on. So I would challenge the district, Dr. Ball, to look at innovative ways to inspire our middle schoolers to truly understand what this means. If this means seniors or juniors coming down to talk about how cool this is, whatever works, but this is definitely going to be in their academic future if they're students at Judson ISD.
And that's actually something that we very much want to make happen. We actually provide the PSAT 8 in 8th grade, and you can start that journey from the data right there in your as a stepping stone to going to the SAT. In the same way that you can use that data from the PSAT, the regular one, the NMSQT, you can also use it from the 8. And I think what we need to do a better job of is making sure that we're having those conversations with kids in like you said, in an exciting way where we're telling them, look, this is a key that can open doors for you. Yeah, and get parents. Yeah, absolutely. And so I know that the counselors do have parent nights at the middle schools because I've spoken at one before, and they bring the parents in and discuss the scores and what it can mean and what it can do for them. But we definitely can do more in that area.
Well, and I'm envisioning we have spelling bees, have SAT competition days with the 7th graders, 8th graders. And there's just so much that can be done, and I just want us to really hone in on doing more earlier. But I don't have any other questions. I appreciate your presentation, though. Thank you.
Devin, do you, I'm not sure if this was a rumor or a fact, so I wanted to ask you. I know the year of COVID, most colleges waived the SAT. I heard it's happening again. Do you know that's true? Because that's what I keep hearing.
What I heard is they're not waiving the college requirement exams most of the time. So and for us in Texas, a lot of times that's the TSI. Specifically that they're not allowed. They used to do a waiver for TSI, and then SAT counts as a TSI exemption, right? So it falls into that same category. And so
you heard that they're not?
They're not. Now, there might be some schools that are not doing that. I do know there's something different going on with SAT where colleges are looking at more holistic ways of evaluating kids coming in, and they're not relying solely on an SAT as an entrance thing like they used to. But I haven't heard that one.
Right, and I just share that for a couple of reasons, because we do have such a strong partnership with the Alamo colleges, and I know the Alamo colleges, you don't have to have the SAT for that.
Right, but you do have to have the TSI. Yeah.
Right, the TSI. So I think that we have to look at the big picture and not automatically assume that it's a negative thing if we're not increasing at the rate that maybe we would want to. But because we also have other opportunities for our students to go into something else that interests them and also earns them a great living. So.
Yeah, but we definitely, but the reason we give them the SAT to everyone is because we want them to have the opportunity if they want to, and then they can take that. And plus, we save them the money because a lot of times that's a barrier for them to do that, and the district picks up the cost on that. So, and I appreciate you guys at senior staff being willing to continue those programs.
Well, it's definitely the board, but thank you.
Oh, well, thank you guys.
Very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Item 6C, discussion of summer school and auxiliary summer programs. Mr. Macias.
Dr. Ball, talk to me. Tell us all the wonderful menu that's about to occur in the summer.
Right. Well, I shared that with the board on the Friday notes. If anybody wants another copy, I did bring some extra copies. One of the biggest things that we are focusing on is programs to close the gap and making sure that we're accelerating our students. We've done things to up the rate for teachers. I'm still finding it a challenge to have teachers that want to work. So we're providing the bilingual summer school, elementary, intermediate credit recovery, a middle school program, my summer enrichment for 6th graders, a Rising Star program for 9th graders, of course the credit recovery, the TSI that you had just mentioned, the Summer Fine Arts Academy. I also included it was a lengthy list of all the summer camps that are also included, trying to get our students out physically doing things to get them interested. So we have those variety of things that we're offering for our students.
It definitely was hopeful, and so that's why I said tell us all about the exciting things. One of the programs that we did discontinue, and I don't know if they're still doing it, but I know that when we were involved, it was very helpful, was the pre-engineering program, the prep program at UTSA. And we were partners with them for 3 years, I believe, from 2014 to 2017. And then all of a sudden they increased the pricing, so it wasn't as conducive. But at this point, looking for avenues for students in the future, if they are around, the deadline's passed. But certainly having a collaboration with PrEP, because that was great to take students to different universities. There are just a lot of programs, but I see the need again to collaborate, because we can't do it all. But we certainly can have those collaborations to offer them to our students. And again, I'm hopeful that the ESSER funds can be utilized for that for the next couple of years, because we want students feeling motivated and engaged, and they may not want to be in a classroom in the summer. They might literally want to do sort of that camp or a different type of learning approach. And so I'll be looking at that. Ultimately, it's about student success. Right. So if these programs that we have going into effect don't start to show success at the end of the day, then again, that's what we evaluate. Anyway, so thank you for all of that.
Absolutely.
Item 6D, the Statement of Impact Amendment submitted by the following charter schools: the School of Science and Technology Discovery, Compass Rose Public School, and the New Frontiers Public Schools. And do you want to say anything about that other than?
No, ma'am, it's just the required.
Update on Board Advisory Committee 6E. We'll start with Ms. King. Any of your committees that you attended, meetings?
I'm sorry, I have no additional information at this time to share.
Ms. Eaton with your SHAC.
No, just I did the food bank at Metzger, and I went out to a couple of schools to visit and purchase. And then they gave us one, the medals for Fiesta. But I see Wagner sent the band one over, and hopefully they're going to bring the plated Elephant Man. It ended up, it was at East Central, so I missed it. So hopefully Wagner's going to put it on, and we'll get to go and see that. But other than that, just doing a lot of reading on SR funds.
Okay, Board Advisory Committees, Ms. Rodriguez.
Nothing to report, thanks.
Okay. I went to the last Listen and Learn at Converse Elementary. Excellent, excellent job. Ms. Davis, it was excellent, excellent. And Dr. Ball, I really like the community outreach and the participation and family engagement. I also attended the facilities planning meeting yesterday, and thank you for telling me about that, because I did not have it on the calendar. Glad I was able to go. And most of the things that Ms. Keaton discussed this evening is what I heard yesterday. One of the main things that I took away from that meeting is that this assessment is going to be taking place with a third party. But the other thing that was very important to me was that this district didn't have a master plan on our facilities. And that is what they're going to use as a priority, is building that master plan once the assessment has been done. So that was a beneficial meeting. Ms. Knoyer, your advisory committee?
Thank you. It was the Finance Committee, and a lot of the information we get in our budget workshops is the same information that's presented to everybody who's attending the committee. And Mr. Atkins is doing a great job in sharing the good and the bad and the ugly, and whatever all it is.
Mr. Macias, you also went to finance.
Yeah,
Anything you want to add?
That was a good meeting. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. It was effective. I think it took a deeper dive into some of the questions that we might not ask during a board meeting. And as a board advisory, that's good. So I'm looking forward to some extended conversation in the future. But I thought it was a very good meeting.
Growth and planning, Mr. Diaz?
So the meeting, the growth and planning meeting at
Converse.
Elementary?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Very well attended. There was a ton of folks, a lot of employees now. So it was a good cross intersection of different stakeholders. That was about it. I think that's a really good example of a great community meeting. I'm not quite sure if that's would fit my description of a board committee, because we really didn't have that interaction, but really good meeting overall.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Pichelle?
Yes.
One of the things that we have been doing all the committees have met now.
Yes,
All the committees have met. One of the things that we're doing is trying to provide visuals for some of the things that are going on. So we wanted to share one of the things that we have been providing to give the board, just in case all board members couldn't attend, and our community a visual.
Oh, okay.
This is just a compilation of some of our listen and learn tours at all of the meeting locations that we've done last month.
Thank you. That takes us into closed session.
F.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Update on board training, conferences, events, and the future agenda items mentioned by, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about, Mr. Macias had already mentioned that he was going to, and I said it, I didn't mean to. Future agenda items that are requested by board members. So I'll just go around the room and see if there's anything that you guys are wanting to, and then you can get that form. Mr. Diaz, do you have anything you want to put on a future agenda?
Nothing right now, ma'am. Thank you.
Anything else to report, though? No trainings, okay.
I don't think so.
We do have something coming up.
We do.
Cybersecurity is on Monday.
That's what it is, yeah.
At 5 p.m., yes. Mr. Macias?
Yes, I have a few things to mention. I'd like to call for a program review in the month of April. I don't see one yet, so I'm just calling for one.
From every campus, department, what do you mean?
Well, a typical program review, curriculum, HR.
Curriculum.
I mean, there's several departments. I mean, if you want to ask
Right,
my
that's why I'm
colleagues,
asking you.
we can talk about it, but, finance, I mean, there's all, police department, athletics, I mean, there's just all these different departments.
Right.
So,
I'm just asking you, is that what you're looking for, is the program review from all the departments?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I need a lot more clarification.
Okay.
Because are we talking about in the April month for every single department to come at the April board meeting?
In the past, that was not how it was done, but essentially it was spread apart. It was spread in 2 or 3 meetings. It was a 3 or 4 hour block. It was a Saturday morning or maybe after hours, but whenever it can be scheduled. But some opportunity to look over the program, look at year-to-date budgets versus budgets for next year, program highlights, things like that.
So not at the regular board meeting. The board would like a
Saturday retreat?
It would need to be in that way to truly, yeah, that would be my expectation.
Okay.
And again, we've done those in the past, so.
Would you all like to select a date right now or later in the future?
We can have Betty Holmes. She's really good at finding dates for us. But anyway, that's just to put it out there.
Okay.
But
Anything else?
I do want to put on next month's agenda a deeper discussion on child nutrition, specifically lunches. There's been a lot of social media buzz on lunch quality, I guess to say. So I probably want to have a discussion on that.
Okay. Ms. Canoyer?
I don't have any agenda item requests, but I do want to talk about an event that I went to today that I'm very excited about. Ms. Corrales organized the Coaches Leadership Summit. Yeah, I want to make sure I got the name right. And it was something that I was unfamiliar with, the program that the coaches are using to help instill pillars of character and perseverance and integrity and all those kinds of things in our student athletes. And the gentleman who wrote the curriculum was the speaker today, and I was very impressed. And I hope to get by tomorrow when he's speaking to the student athletes and zip in and just kind of hear what they're sharing. I think it's really important that we acknowledge that all of our students need some way to feel that they belong at our schools. Athletics is it for some, but we have so many other wonderful programs that I know our teachers implement to help with that in terms of fine arts and other honor societies and student councils and things like that. As I said to somebody today, it just takes one person for the student to make a connection with, for them to want to come to school and want to succeed and want to perform. And I appreciate all our staff that work so hard to be that person for that student. I might not be the right person for everybody, but there is a person. And the fact that during the last couple of years, those kinds of connections have been hard to make. And I really appreciate how hard they're working at that. And so I commend you for the Leadership Academy. All the coaches seem really to appreciate being able to hear from the man himself and know that they're on the right track. So thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Nothing to report.
Well, I would like to give you kudos because I did read your article in the Lone Star. Did a good job, and we're just proud to have you with us. Keep up the good work. Ms. Eaton? Ms. King?
Nothing to report at this time.
I just want to reiterate, Ms. Eaton has already mentioned it, but Ms. Garcia, the food bank distribution is successful always, but I want to thank you and your department for what you're doing. And you know, there's just so many things that I want to give our district kudos on for what we're doing successfully, what we are accomplishing, the things that we are doing to include our community, our families. And sure, we have a lot of improvement to make, but, you know, when you feed their stomach, you're going to be able to get a whole lot more out of these kids. And so that's a great thing. Thank you so much. And just keep us involved. Seemed like there was one more thing, but I'm having a senior moment, so I don't remember. All right. We'll move on now into closed session. discussing item 7A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding the security device or security audits. 7B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing contract renewal lists for campus and district office administrators for the 2022-23 school year. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, specifically the Director of Health Services. And D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. And I remembered the one thing that I was going to say. Roy Juarez Jr. Oh my goodness gracious. Everyone must go to that. It will be Saturday at Judson, Wagner. Everyone must go, and hopefully you can pick up a book. That book is great. But Roy Juarez Jr., you all must go. And did we already talk about the gala? Did we have an opportunity to talk about the success of the gala?
No, ma'am.
Well, it was a beautiful gala. It was fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Ball. Everybody was all dolled up. Miss McKinney looked so pretty. But it was wonderful. It was wonderful. It was good to see all of our new people there that hadn't been there before. Just good stuff going on. Thank you so much. And at this time, we will go into closed session at 9:45. We are reconvening back into open session at 11:11 p.m. Item 8A, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the security devices or security audits. Is there a motion?
I move we approve as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded, and as soon as we get the opportunity, you may proceed to vote. Okay. All right. And let's go ahead, right, yeah. Russ, would you go ahead and change? No, we're going to go ahead and count the votes as is. Mhm. Okay, we'll do it. The same thing's going to happen, Russ. Oh, she's back. Okay. So maybe it will be different. All right, let's try it again. All right, let's try it. The first item, A.
We need you to vote.
8A. 8A. Mm-hmm. Okay. That motion passes 6-1. Item 8B, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the contract renewal lists for campus and district office administrators for the 2022-2023 school year. Is there a motion?
I move we approve as discussed in closed session.
And I will second that. Okay.
Do we need to clarify, this is the one with the,
As we discussed in closed session.
As discussed in, yes, sir. That motion passes unanimously. And item 8C, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report. Is there a motion?
I move we approve as discussed in closed session.
I'll second that. You may proceed to vote. Yeah, we can. We'll start with you, Mr. Diff. Oh, you want me to try one more time? Okay, here we go.
Good.
That motion passes unanimously. And I would like to say, well, she's not here, but congratulations to the new Director of Health Services. Give me her name again. Congratulations to the Director of Health Services. And item D, consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to the potential anticipated or pending construction litigation on construction issues. Is there a motion?
I move we approve the settlement as discussed in closed session.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. If there's no further discussion or business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:16 p.m. Have a good night. Everybody be safe.